For North Dakota, Adam Shield coming off a 24-save performance against AIC last night.
It's funny, he wasn't tested early, but when he was, and when they pushed back, he was really, really good for him and made the big saves that he had to. And the youngster, Zach Stejskal, will start for the University of Minnesota Duluth. He's a big blocker kid. He's got some athleticism to him. Really, really good at getting over pucks and keeping them in front of him.
North Dakota, Minnesota Duluth, these two teams very familiar with one another. They both play in the NCHC. Here's the series history. North Dakota has that slight edge, including this season, but this is the third meeting between the two, and it is the most important one as we begin the Fargo Regional Final right here from Shields Arena. And it will be Colin Adams coming down the wing. 2 goals the other night, takes the shot. There's the save, rebound in front, banging away at it in the paint, and they're getting off on this one early. Minnesota Duluth will try to calm it down in their own end off of that first rush. Remember, Minnesota Duluth, a no contest yesterday against Michigan. So therefore, this is their first action of this regional here in Fargo.
That is a huge save for Stejskal to start the game. The young rookie in his first big game in a program that has had one of the top goalies in the country the last couple of years in Hunter Shepard. Really good start by North Dakota, and a huge response from Stejskal early.
Stejskal, the freshman, pressure player for Minnesota Duluth. But he's going up against Adam Shield, who was just excellent against AIC last night. Almost had the shutout, but didn't quite get it to go. So here's Matt Kierstead. He will send a long lead pass right to the tape of Shane Pinto that he couldn't figure it out. But now here comes Kobe Roth, the long shot, high and wide. And Bender's in on it. It's held in at the point by Minnesota Duluth, but they'll lose the handle in North Dakota's end.
Two teams that are incredible in transition, two teams that are really quick, and two teams that love to attack on the rush.
Grant Mishmaster Sr., he sends it across. There's the long shot, and Stejskal will hold it in his breadbasket.
Couple of good stops by Stejskal. We just talked about Colin Adams. You saw the video we opened with, and it's the same kind of play as he drives wide, and Jordan Kawaguchi then getting in for a second save. Stejskal is 6'6", so he'll cover the entire width of the net when he gets down low. Minnesota Duluth gets into a situation where they couldn't get toes up to box out as North Dakota got in quick.
So off the draw, Jasper Weatherby was taking it, and you'll want to watch number 14 tonight. The San Jose Sharks draft pick, 2 goals last night versus AIC, including the game winner. Here comes Quinn Olson, the Boston Bruins draft pick. He sends it across ice, just skates through. No one there to cash for Minnesota Duluth as they continue to work away. Weatherby collects the puck. And Jasper Weatherby will lift this one up, alleviate the pressure, and send it back down to Minnesota Duluth's end. And he will keep it in. Stejskal out to play it. There's the turnover right in front, but we have a whistle on the play.
As Gavin Hain came in, and when Hain and this line is on the ice, I mean, they can just bring the heat. Hain, Weatherby, and Brendan Boudin. And Weatherby has been one of their hottest players, and he centers their third line. He has been terrific, and Hain is a big reason why, because Hain's a guy who goes and gets you a lot of pucks. He gets in hard on forechecks. He gets underneath you. He comes out with pucks. He's so physically strong, and Weatherby has been a beneficiary of it. Boudin is a guy who's just got an absolute rocket from the side. So there's a line where you've got some dog meat, some skill, and some finish, and that's great for a third line.
So this is North Dakota's fourth line out working away in Minnesota Duluth's end as they look to connect and perhaps open the offense, but Minnesota Duluth almost got out of their own end, but it's bashed back. Anderson sends it over to the freshman, Connor Kelly. He gets it out of his own end, but he's held up by Blaisdell. Harrison Blaisdell, the Winnipeg Jets draft pick. And here's Keane, Jackson Keane with a shot, and Stejskal will elect to cover.
Louis Jamernick loves playing with these guys. You got the junkyard dog and Keane on one side. You got the skill and Blaisdell on the other. And Jamernick has been a role player his whole career. Has found a home in the middle of these two guys, centering what to me is probably the best fourth line in the conference. And I look at a guy like Jamernick, and for those who watch the NCHC a ton, you'll remember Blake Winicky when he played for St. Cloud State. Any line, especially the fourth, that he played on, he made better. Jamernick has had that same effect for North Dakota on their fourth line with Keane and Blaisdell all year.
Held in at the line and fired down by Kierstead. Body's in on it. The puck is loose in the corner. Lee Rail will try to bang it off the board and get it out. He does that. Noah Cates will send it ahead, but he's stopped at the center line, and the puck's back to the corner. Minnesota Duluth.
North Dakota's made a couple of changes. Cole Koepke's also the beneficiary of a change. Koepke moves up. He plays with Noah Cates and Nick Swaney on their top line. He spent a little bit of time on the other side of Tanner Latterroot and Jesse Jocks on the third group. So Quinn Olson will move with Jocks and Latterroot. They keep Roth, Jackson Cates, Kobe Bender together on the second. Luke Milmock, Luke Loheit, Blake Biondi on the fourth. Another good fourth line.
There's that shot from up top. It's just wide as it couldn't get through the layers. It hits the backboard and ricochets around. And here's Noah Cates. There's a tight angle shot. And Nick Swaney, and there's the penalty on the play. We're going to have an early power play opportunity for North Dakota. It looks like it'll be a trip against Cole Koepke.
Koepke will get the gate, an offensive zone penalty. Some of those penalties that drive coaches crazy. They don't mind a hard penalty, but the last thing you want is a stick penalty in the offensive zone. Koepke takes it, and the North Dakota power play will get going. For those who have not watched a ton of college hockey, more on the NHL side, they're casually tuning in. On a power play to start and on an icing, the team that's taking the offensive zone draw can pick what side they want to start on. North Dakota starts on the left.
Jake Anderson, he slides it over to Jacob Bernard Docker. Takes a step, fires a shot. But it ricochets off of Matt Cairns. Working away up top once again is Sanderson. He sends it to Weatherby. Jasper Weatherby puts it down low. Now back on the stick of Weatherby and up top to Sanderson, who sends it across to JDD. He takes the long shot. There's the save by State College Titans right in front. They're banging away at it. Loose puck in the corner. And Minnesota Duluth will clear that one right out into the stands, which does have fans, everyone.
He almost killed somebody. What a clearing pass that was. One of the most interesting power play versus penalty kill matchups in the country is on display right now. North Dakota is so good. They can vary things so well. For UMD, they are so good killing penalties. They got speed up front. The green light's always going. The Minnesota Duluth penalty kill has had major impacts on games in an offensive way all year. Maybe not goals, but changing the tide.
North Dakota playing with 4 forwards and 1 D on this power play unit. There's the captain, Jordan Kawaguchi, up top to Kierstead. Kierstead will walk the line. He will send it down low. Back up to Kierstead. He rifles it, but he breaks his stick. Comes to Kawaguchi, though. Puck is still safe here on this North Dakota power play. A minute into it, a minute to go. Here comes Reese Gaber at the center line as North Dakota recollects. He will skate it in. Pinto on the stick of Pinto. There's the shot. It's turned aside. Colin Adams, lethal 2 games yesterday. The New York Islanders draft pick, such a star for North Dakota.
Adams with good speed as he comes down the left side, and he got Stejsko to lean a little bit to his right, and Stejsko big enough to go to his left. Pinto with a real good play, protects the puck. Here's Adams. See how the goaltender Stejsko's drifting a little bit towards his blocker side, and he gets his catch glove up at the last second.
Kierstead with it. He takes a step back, taking a look over to Kawaguchi, number 29. Kawaguchi along the boards, back up to Kierstead. He sends it over, and Pinto will get the shot off, but it doesn't get through. Back up to Kierstead. Kierstead sends a long shot on net. It's blocked in front, and Minnesota Duluth will make their way out.
Great job by 13 and Dark. That's Tanner Latterroot. Tremendous shift, blocked a shot, got in the way of another shot to influence it, not where it wanted to go, and that's really the key to good penalty killing, is being able to influence the puck carriers.
Weatherby checks up, takes a look, takes another look, takes the shot. It doesn't get through, and once again, Minnesota Duluth will clear. Dying seconds of this power play. The shots are 7-1 for North Dakota. Stejsko forced to be quick early on. And the penalty is over. We're back to 5-on-5 hockey here at the Fargo Regional. Nearly 6 minutes gone in this opening frame. A little bit of a tumble there by Gavin Hayne. He's no worse for the wear. UND keeps it in. They take the long shot, and Stejsko had to be sharp there. That puck had eyes. Little bounces in front of him, but he held on. So nearly 6 minutes gone in this opening period, and North Dakota, the top team in the nation, is making themselves known.
Well, Brad Berry knows a lot about Quinnipiac, as he saw them in 2016 in Tampa. That was his first year as the head coach after taking over for Dave Hackstall, who went to become the head coach of the Philadelphia Flyers. This was a real good up and down game. Brock Besser was just an absolute monster. That was the year of the CBS line. Besser, Schmaltz, and Drake Kajula. And they ran roughshod over Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac had beaten Boston College, really stymied them, and it was a concern for North Dakota going into the game. UND got itself rolling early and often on its way to a national title.
2017, North Dakota lost in the semifinal, and they haven't been in the tournament the last 2 years, but they are back. And of course, 2020 was canceled due to the pandemic. And Dave, as you know, they have some unfinished business. That's been their motto all year long for North Dakota.
What's interesting is UND feels the same way. UND seniors, all they've known is winning national titles. And it's the unique part about this situation. North Dakota's loaded, unfinished business. They feel like they had a great chance last year. None of their players have ever played in the national tournament, whereas you look at the Bulldogs, they've got a bunch. So there's unfinished business on both sides because the Bulldogs were a team that felt like they had every opportunity to get to Detroit and win a third straight national title last year. That's why this is such an intriguing matchup. It's why these two programs, when they get together, especially building towards this game, each bring in a very similar story. The experience is on the Bulldog side, but the #1 ranking and that mantra of unfinished business has been overtly spoken about on the side of North Dakota.
Jackson Cates wins the draw, puts it back up top. Minnesota Duluth looking to get something going here on North Dakota's end. Kobe Roth pinned up against the boards. Now Cates doing the same against a green and white sweater as he works away. Kobe Bender sends it over to Kobe Roth. He's along the boards, tries to drop it back, but Kierstead intercepts it. He sends it to Grant Mishmash, and now they will get out of their own end. Mishmash making his way in, but he's stripped of the puck by Bender. Kobe Bender, number 11. Over to Darian Goetz. Goetz will bang it off the board and out of the zone to the red line. And here comes Jackson Cates, but he's knocked off the puck. Be offside and bring it out.
So
the NCAA Frozen Four is heading to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The action begins on Thursday, April 8th at 5 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. For more information on the 2021 NCAA Frozen Four, visit ncaa.com, your home for all 90 NCAA championships.
now that each team's gotten a couple of shifts underneath it, we've had a power play underneath it, this game will start to settle in. A couple things at home to watch. Number one, North Dakota is a team that loves to play in the middle of the rink. Center lane, kickouts wide, but they want to control between the dots from the tops of the circles all throughout the ice. Minnesota Duluth, they're a great speed team wide, like you're seeing right here. They want to play on the outs, or in the outside lane, and then get pucks to the middle to the hard area. Two very different styles, both very effective for the way each team is built.
Luke Milmock is battling away along the boards for Minnesota Duluth. Tries there for the wraparound as Luke low height, but Adam Shield will hang on.
Nice drive by Lowhite, who's played both in the middle and on the wing, and he's just one of those hard area grease pan guys that Minnesota Duluth has and has cultivated throughout their culture. A good little wraparound. Shield is strong, and one area where Shield, I think, has really improved with Carl Gehring at the helm as the goalie coach and assistant coach is being able to seal on the post, hold his post, and be strong with a stick side. Either side, glove or stick, Shield's been really good on posts.
Reese Gaber picks up the puck, the freshman, the leading freshman scorer for North Dakota. He works it down low, and Matt Anderson will alleviate from his own end as Minnesota Duluth is on the move. They gain the zone. There's the shot. Shield turns it aside. The rebound's there for Clint Olson, but he couldn't get the shot off. He's bumped off the puck. Minnesota Duluth trying to continue to have possession, but they can't. North Dakota the other way. We'll have a whistle, and we'll bring it back. Little face-off just outside the blue line.
North Dakota slowed down a little bit the line. They came through the middle and then started to drift wide. But normally, I'll tell you this 9 out of 10 times, if Nodak's got the puck with speed and they're coming between the blue lines, they're going to try to grab the line. They're going to try to grab the line in the middle if they can. Then they can either delay to get into a setup, or they continue their rush to the net or get a quick shot. That time they slowed and drifted wide, and that's why they went offside.
Matt Kierstead in his own end going D-to-D to Jacob Bernard Docker. He gets it to the red line, but can't make anything go of it. Louis Rail will send that all the way down the ice into North Dakota's end. Bernard Docker back on it. Sends it over to Kierstead. Kierstead fans on the puck. McSwaney was there to collect, but Nice little play by Weatherby to gain control and possession in his own end as Kiersted now circles around and puts it up along the half wall. North Dakota will lift it up and out. Weatherby giving chase. It's tapped away from him. Now the loose puck once again, though, in Minnesota Duluth's end. Okepke will send it ahead to Louis Rail, who drops it back for Noah Cates. Noah Cates takes the shot. There's the rebound. Kobe Bender couldn't put it in.
North Dakota's defensemen a little bit under pressure here. They simplified it on a couple of their last outs, either off the glass and out, a couple of airmails and out. Not taking any chances. UND is just too fast to play with the puck in their own zone.
It's been interesting, though, Dave, because we've seen 2 rebounds off of Shield right to that same area of the ice, and they just can't quite get him to hit.
It's funny because Shield generally is really good with a stick down low, but he has popped a couple right into the rebound lane. Olsen hasn't been far off on either of them. Shane Pinto is a Hobey Baker finalist. He is from Long Island, New York, and he has been a terrific force for this team all season long. Just the way that he plays the game, the way that he can change pace, the way that he can find time and space, pull-ups, cutbacks, getting it on his edges. He's a big man who's got some of those small man skills, but I just love the way that he can attack the zone from either side, get a quick cut to the middle to buy himself an extra foot or two, and then snap a quick shot to the front of the net. He can shoot from anywhere.
22, Shane Pinto, 2019 second-round pick of the Ottawa Senators. 4 Ottawa Senators draft picks on this North Dakota team. It seems that they know where to scout.
And if Johnny Taconic had transferred to Omaha, they'd have had 5.
Dave, you always got those fun facts for me. That's why we love you. All right, and here we go. Colin Adams, the New York Islanders draft pick. He will lift that in, gives and goes, and chases it down, and he finds it. Wow, wins the race. Adams, what tenacity there. Now it clears the zone to Gabe Bass, gets a stick on it. He sends it ahead to pardon me. It would be Reese Gaber, but Gaber couldn't control it. Shield out to play the puck, gives it an assist all the way down the ice. The race is on. UND gets a change, and now it's dumped down into Minnesota Duluth's end below the goal line as they try to get it out of their own end, and they will do just that. Cairns chasing away at it.
Bass was trying to change 2 and white, and he couldn't get off the ice because of the turnover in the neutral zone. That's when Shield came out on the left wing side and said, the heck with this, I'm just going to move it as far as I can, allow North Dakota's defense to get a change. But they got a little caught shorthanded for a quick second.
Jackson Keene with the puck. He dumps it in, and he'll head off the ice, and they'll get some fresh legs. Matt Anderson back for it for Minnesota Duluth. That long lead pass will elude everyone. Goes all the way down to the end, and we have an icing.
Matty Anderson played his youth hockey for Jerry Anderson. No relation. There are 2 other Andersons on that team, Mikey and Joey. That's the relation to Jerry. Those are his kids. Mikey with the LA Kings, Joey with the New Jersey Devils, both playing for Team USA in different World Juniors. They played one together. And Matty Anderson has been a guy who started on the 3rd pairing and has worked his way up as the Big 4 have departed for UND.
Jake Sanderson, the defenseman, puts it up top to Ethan Frisch, the other defenseman, and we're going to see Jake Sanderson wheeling around. Very mobile defenseman, loves the offensive side of the puck. Anderson chases it down, chips it ahead, gets it out of the zone. But it'll be hit right back in off the glass and around the boards.
We talk about the Big 4 defensemen for Minnesota Duluth. Scott Perunovich, Dylan Sandberg, Nick Wolf, and Mikey Anderson. 3 of the 4 are playing in the NHL. Nick Wolf's playing in the American League, and Nick Wolf had a huge impact on this team. He was a big locomotive who patrolled the defensive zone well.
Bender coming in. He tries to drop it back. Gets bumped off the puck. But Kobe Bender will keep it. Kobe Roth will keep it in, but here comes North Dakota. Judd Caulfield, little chip and chase action. Lee Rail back at it, sends it up top, just misses the stick of Kobe Bender, and we'll bring it back.
So if you're watching, you're thinking to yourself, Minnesota Duluth must be under duress. They've iced the puck 4 or 5 times. They're getting outshot a bit. There was a big margin by they were getting outshot early on. There is no team in the country that looks more comfortable in a game where they're getting a bit outplayed or even outscored than the Bulldogs. And that is the one great thing that their experience has taught them, is that a game is 60 minutes, and it might not go your way for a while. but they've developed a very sustainable B game when their A game is not there, and that's why they have won a lot of games.
Bernard Docker from the point. The shot is wide. Kirsten will chase it in, but it's chopped out, and here comes Kobe Roth. Kobe Roth waiting for some reinforcements. He'll take the long shot, hits the glass, and ricochets to the other side as he gets some bodies inside the zone. But here comes UND the other way. Back to Reese Gaver. Reese Gaver with a shot, but it's high and hits the mesh. Reese Gaver with a great opportunity, but couldn't get the shot to go. But they're going to need to do a bit more than that to take down the two-time defending national champions Minnesota Duluth, who's looking for the three-peat here at the Fargo Regional.
Scott Sandlin, three-time national champion, as the head coach with the University of Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs. He won a couple as a player with the University of North Dakota, where he played for the great Gino Gasparini, and you know what? He's got some familiarity with Brad Berry. There's Brad in the middle. There's Sandy with the Captain C circled in the front row. Those guys were roommates. They were roommates in the minor leagues as well in Kalamazoo, and have a long history together, working together, playing together, and obviously coaching against each other here in the NCHC. And there's Brad Berry in his first year with North Dakota, taking over for Dave Haxtell, won a national title. Long-time assistant, and you certainly are aware of Brad Berry and his whereabouts at his time with the Manitoba Moose.
I absolutely was. I was back in my junior days, just starting out in the biz, Dave, and Brad Berry was the assistant coach under Scott Arneal, and I have to say, playing on that Manitoba Moose team at that time was Mike Keane, the father of Jackson Keane. And when I asked Coach Berry who was easier to coach, he immediately laughed and said, of course it's Jackson, because as we know, Mike Keane, the three-time Stanley Cup champion, can be a little ornery, but just great hockey connections. It's such a little world, but it's a wonderful world.
By the way, let me correct myself. As I was saying it, I knew I made a mistake. Joey Anderson is with Toronto, not New Jersey. He was drafted by New Jersey, but it's with Toronto. I just wanted to make sure I corrected myself. Do you ever have one of those moments and it's coming out of your mouth and you know it's wrong, but you can't fix it?
Happens to me all the time, Dave. North Dakota in their own end, banging away at it. Tanner Latteroot just overskated it, and here comes North Dakota the other way. It'll be Jordan Kawaguchi on it. He's bumped up on the board. Reese Gaver's right back in front of him. The puck's out in the high slot, and Minnesota Duluth skates it out. Latteroot. He's taken into the boards, and Minnesota Duluth will get their change. Nearly 13 minutes gone in this opening period. Shots are 9-7 for North Dakota. Minnesota Duluth has started to come on as they were leading 6-1 in the shot department, as Stejskal had to be sharp very early on as he was under siege. The freshman showing great poise here in the Fargo Regional.
His goalie coach, Brant Nicklin, who has been here for a long time, has had a lot of success with a long string of goalies. Really likes the potential for this kid. Big freshman, and he's one of 3 or 4 big goalies in this conference, along with Shield, Dominic Bassi at CC, and Brandon Bussey at Western Michigan.
Cole Kepke's on it. He tried to center it, but Jacob Bernard Docker got a stick on it. Cole Kepke, a draft pick of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Number 17 out there for Minnesota Duluth as he continues to work away in the zone all by himself.
He even glides fast. He's got such an efficient stride. He's got such great edges. And with the way he skates, and because his stride is so good, the last 15 seconds of his shift are as good as the first 15. And that is the mark of a potentially really good player.
Puck makes its way around the boards. It'll go all the way back to North Dakota's end.
Well, UMD is rebuilding its defense core, and one of the guys that's going to be a big factor of it is Kelly, 25. Look at how he gaps here. Good stick. Rides his man off in a bad space. Unfortunately, took a tumble, but that was after he forced a dangerous player in Kawaguchi to move the puck deep as opposed to trying to grab the line on the rush. Kelly's had a couple of big goals. He had the overtime winner against Western Michigan in the frozen faceoff, and they love the steps that this kid has taken all year long, and it has been fun to watch him go from the 7th D to a guy that's playing big minutes.
Gabe Bass will send that ahead for North Dakota up to number 28, Jed Caulfield. He's a draft pick of the Pittsburgh Penguins. 4th round in 2019. Jackson Gates sends it over to Matt Anderson. Long lead pass, gets it out of his own. Kobe Roth is in on it. We'll have a whistle. So North Dakota's coach, Brad Berry. As Dave mentioned, the last time that North Dakota won a national title was 2016. It must have been all Berry, as it was his first year behind the bench. But he's done very well in this tournament, 5-1 record. And as you can see there, that's his career against Minnesota Duluth. And Dave, he was looking forward to this hockey game against the NCHC rival.
I'll tell you what, after the first minute or two, everybody forgot about the fact that this was a game for a regional final and a chance to get to the Frozen Four, and it has just become another one of those games between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth. What's interesting, these two great rivals have not played each other on either one's home ice. Both of their games were at the Pod in Omaha, which is where we started off for the NCHC to kick off the season.
Jordan Kawaguchi trying to elude Darian Goetz. He sends it up top. It'll be put back down below the goal line where Reese Gaber is on it. Woo! Little bit of bang job there against Matt Anderson as Gaber takes him down. Gaber stands at 5'8". He's got tenacity, truculence, as Brian Burke would say. Colin Adams puts it down long half. Well, there's Colin Adams with a shot. Doesn't get through as it's redirected in front, and Gaber is back on that puck. What do you say, Dave? Like a dog on a bone is the mentality, if I'm not mistaken?
That's a big North Dakota expression, dog on bone. By the way, I love the truculence thing from Brian Burke. When I was working for Toronto, that word came up every week in every meeting.
Was he tying his tie then?
No.
No.
So we used to ask, you know, are ties optional when we scout? And you always say, nope.
Well, there'll be a lot of scouts' eyes on this game. There are 12 draft picks on North Dakota, 8 on Minnesota Duluth, and a ton of talent waiting in the wings for the NHL to take them. Kierstead bangs it off the board to center ice. Brendan Booty's on it. Now goes across ice to JVD. He'll fire that in, but it's high, hits the mesh, so we'll have a whistle. Well, here we are. 16 minutes done in this first period. The score is 0-0 between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth. The NHL returns to ESPN, and perhaps you will see some of these players eventually in the National Hockey League. Some notable draft picks for Minnesota Duluth.
Wyatt Kaiser is going to be a stud. He's going to be a good one. He takes over the role Scott Perunovich played, who was drafted by the St. Louis Blues. And Quinn Olson, boy, he is just the perfect Boston Bruin. On the other side, get a list of the North Dakota players. You see all the Ottawa guys. Grant Mishmash, he's got a nice future ahead of him. Love the way that Judd Caulfield has played. And earlier this season, Dane Jackson, the assistant coach, called the Penguins and said, I know Judd's been a little up and down. He is way up right now, and it is time for you guys to come back and take another look. And they really liked what they saw.
Yeah, Dave, right now on the ice, Shane Pinto, Judd Caulfield, and Grant Mishmash, all drafted players in the NHL making up that line. Here comes Nick Sweeney, draft pick of the Minnesota Wild.
By the way, speaking of GMs, you mentioned Brian Burke. So in the business on my scouting side, the second GM I ever worked for was Brian Burke. I think you know the first one.
I might. I think, does he have a familiar last name to me?
It sounds similar to yours.
Well, I'm a little smarter than he is, Dave, so we'll just put it that way. He was a goaltender after all, so he's taken one too many pucks to the head, that Ron Hextall.
I enjoyed sitting talking hockey with Ron when we were sitting there in the press box in Manchester and a couple of playoff runs that the Monarchs made, and saw the calmer, quiet side.
JVD will send this one ahead. Gets held up in neutral territory as the two teams battle along the boards right in front of the benches. Mishmash tries to take a swing at it, can't keep it in. Caulfield with a shot. And Stejskal didn't see that. It went up and over. And here comes Noah Cates. Noah Cates making his way in. He tried to drop back the puck, but it's now on the stick of North Dakota. Caulfield makes his way in, takes the long shot, and Stejskal with the quick glove.
So one thing that goalies are working on right now is what a concept called the net in front of you versus the net behind you, and staying over puck. So Caulfield comes in, he launches the shot. Look where the goaltender is. He's out and starting to hunch his shoulders forward to stay over the puck. What they're trying to do is track the puck through a small box in front of them as opposed to worrying about the bigger box behind them. You can think of concept in tennis. Barry Bonds talked about that, tracking a ball through a box when he was hitting tons of home runs, and goaltenders are now getting into it. It's part of what's called head trajectory and being able to small surfaces in front of you.
Kawaguchi with the quick shot from the high slot, turned aside by Stejskal. Puck hits the glass, it ricochets out. gets back into North Dakota's end, but it won't spend a lot of time there as Tyler Clevin will send it out.
Condensed space in front of you actually is what I meant to say. You don't small a thing, you condense a thing. So now I'm back with it. So thanks for bearing with me over there on that one.
Matt Anderson will send that ahead for Minnesota Duluth just inside the line. And it'll be offside. So Monday at 7 and 9 Eastern on ESPN, the NCAA Women's Championship. Elite 8 starts from San Antonio. You can always watch every game live on the ESPN app. Face-off just outside North Dakota's zone. Louis Jamernick, the freshman, taking the draw. It goes back into the green and white end. And Luke Milmox was on it. Now it's sent around to the other side. 2.5 to play in this first period. Still 0-0. Jackson Keene with a quick foot on it. He turns back, tries to collect. Puck is loose. And here comes Luke Loheit, the Ottawa Senators draft pick. Chips it in, chases it down. He's in on Jake Sanderson. Sanderson skates it around, reverses. He sends it to the other side, going to Ethan Frisch, who will calmly send it out of his own end. But it's sent right back in by Blake Biondi.
Biondi, another one of those draft choices we talked about for the Montreal Canadiens. And when Derek Plonk first got back here after doing player development with Chicago, he said, boy, I knew Biondi as a kid. I hadn't seen him in a while. I forgot how absolutely strong he is. And he is just a warrior out there. He wins a ton of battles, and great on the walls, and protects pucks. And got a nice future here with Minnesota Duluth.
Logjam alongside the board. Puck pops off to JVD. He keeps it in. He's taken down by Quinn Olsen. Now it's down back for Wyatt Kaiser. Kaiser pops it up. Quinn Olsen sends it out of his own end. Right back to center ice. Two teams continue to work away. Just over a minute left to play in this first period. Bernard Dogger will slide it over to Matt Kiersted. Matt Kiersted sends it ahead. Mishmash gets a stick on it. Now down below the goal line. Caulfield's in on it. Pinto with support for him. Less than a minute to play here in the first period. Pinto tries to get the shot off. It's blocked. Louis Rail has it on his stick, and he will just alleviate the pressure and go off for his change.
No panic from Louis Rail. Great veteran defenseman who just moves a puck wide and up ice, not far enough for an icing. And now UND takes one. UND has got a great slogan outside their dressing room. There's a great picture of all of them lined up on the blue line, and it's got the word 0 above it. What does that mean? It doesn't sound very motivating, does it? But what it means is that every day starts at 0. Every day is a new page, and every day is a chance for you to regain or go even further than where you are right now. And it has become a big buzzword in their program about starting every day from 0 and building back up and above what you started the day with. And it's been a huge factor in their success over the last couple of years with that slogan and that thought process.
On the stick of Sweeney in his own end. He takes a look ahead, sends it up to Noah Cates, who gains his own. Here's for Kepke. Kepke can't get the shot off as he fans on it, as he has Ethan Frisch all over him. They continue to work away in North Dakota's end in the dying seconds of this period. Kepke trying to gain control. He can't, and North Dakota will alleviate the pressure and send it to neutral territory. Shane Pinto on his backhand will just shovel this one in. Reese Gaber's in on it. But just like that, the buzzer will sound. And 20 minutes of play at the Fargo Regional is in the book. 0-0 is the score. So end of the period here in Fargo. We're going to head back to the crew in the studio to Nabil Karim for the NCAA Hockey Intermission Report. We welcome you inside Shields Arena for the Fargo Regional, where after one period of play, Minnesota Duluth and North Dakota have skated to a 0-0 score as they look to advance to the Frozen Four. So let's take a look at it as we see head coach Scott Sandelin of Minnesota Duluth and his team getting here through a no contest against Michigan to take on North Dakota, who defeated AIC. And then let's go over to the Loveland Regional. And Dave, there was some excitement here for someone who might be related to Coach Sandelin.
Oh, it's great to see Minnesota State on an overtime game winner by Ryan Sandelin. Gets the Mavericks their first tournament win, and they move ahead. I've had a chance to watch young Ryan play at high school, Went out to the BC League where he really fine-tuned his game and has really taken leaps and bounds under head coach Mike Hastings in Minnesota State.
And they will play the winner of Minnesota-Omaha, which is on right after us here. But first of all, we've got a regional to decide as we head into the second period and action has begun.
I think both teams are happy with their first period. I think both teams would like to impose more of controlled pace on the other. Second periods tend to settle down in these games after the emotion and the nerves get out in period number one. And I do think that as you watch this period, you're going to see each team put a couple more pucks behind each team's sets of defense to try to establish some pace.
Cole Koepke on the move, takes the shot, and Adam Shield will glove it down. So here's a little look at what's been going on in tonight's game. UND, shots favor them 12-8. The face-off circle, they're also ahead there, and block shots is 8-2. But it will be interesting to see how this continues to proceed on. And in the shot department, they were led by Jacob Bernard Docker, Jed Caulfield, Jordan Kawaguchi, all had 2 shots in that first period apiece. Comes right out to Grant Mismont, puts it in front, the backhand by Shane Pinto, but what a save by Zach Stay-Skull. Once again, puck pops loose. Kobe Roth sends it ahead. Jake Sanderson will calm it down in his own end and fires it up. On the move. The shot by Jed Caulfield is blocked by Connor Kelly, and he's roped down. Grant Mishmash will run into Kobe Bender there, but he takes the worst of it. He seems to be laboring, looked to be looking back to his ankle. Skating on it gingerly, trying to get off the ice. The senior just returning from injury, an upper body injury that kept him out since February. He just returned last night. He did score a goal against AIC, number 16, Grant Mishmash. Now back in North Dakota, and Shield out to play the puck, sends it up to Gavin Hain. Hain on it, number 10, takes it down below his goal line, and he'll send it around to Sanderson.
Yeah, we often talk about trying to get defensemen onto their weak side, under their backhand when they make clearing passes. Shield's in that boat too. You'll notice a lot of dump-ins. Teams want to keep pucks away from Adam Shield because of how good he is with the puck. On the other side, because he's so good with it, they might put it on his backhand more than his forehand to force him to a dead spot. Shane Pinto with a great chance as a bouncing puck winds up from Mishmash to Pinto, and look at the big blocker of Stay-Skull. Great lateral release across the crease, leads with a stick, gets his head over his pad. We talked about the head trajectory. It's lock in with your head, move your head with the puck, and that was a great view of how he got his head turned, which allowed his inside shoulder to turn, leads with a stick. He's got his blocker over his goal pad, and not a whole lot for Pinto on his backhand to be able to do with it.
Puck now down below the goal line in North Dakota's end. Tyler Clevin back for it. He's held up by Jesse Jacques. Now up top. Goetz sends it ahead, but it goes off Harrison Blaisdell's body as it is blocked and doesn't get to the net. Blaisdell will bang it off the board and sends it over. Lifted up and out. Up to Louis Jammernick. He's chipping and chasing it in. He's caught up there with Goetz. They battle away in the corner, deep in Minnesota Duluth end. Right to the top. There's the long shot by Tyler Clevin from the point. And will be held in. Jackson Keene tries to dish it right in front. Louis Jammernick on it, puts it up top, but Clevin can't get a stick down on it, and it exits the zone. And Blake Biondi is on him.
Look how quickly Biondi pounced. Why? Because he could see the back of Clevin. Clevin gave a good shoulder check. He knew Biondi was coming in hard, but because Clevin was skating with his toes towards the end line, Biondi knew that he could put great pressure on really quickly, and he forced Clevin to have to make a play that he didn't want to make, which is the good breakout pass up the ice.
Cole Koepke with the nifty little shot from his backhand. Shield had to be sharp there. North Dakota will take over and begin to skate it out, but Swaney is on it. Swaney, the Minnesota Wild draft pick, 100 points for Minnesota Duluth, the senior has, which puts him 59th player in history in the program to do so. He's also their leading point getter here this season. Louis Skaber on it, sets in the high slot, he shoots, turned aside. Louis Rail is on it for Minnesota Duluth, skates it out, takes a look. He's held up in his own end. Skates it over the red line and will try to chip it in, but it hits the bench and out.
Swaney's had a great career here, and he can score in a lot of different ways, and he's just become that much more valuable to this program as he's gone on, and all he does is win. His leadership has been terrific for them. He provides a steady, consistent game all the time. There have been a couple of different meetings this year where head coach Scott Sandlin has called in the leadership group to try to get his message through to the captains, and Sweeney has been really good at moving the message forward, moving the message into the locker room, and making sure that he leads by example.
So we see Brendan Booty out on this line with Pinto and Judd Caulfield because Grant Mishmash, the senior, has gone down the tunnel. So a little bit of a line adjustment for North Dakota.
Which they have been doing for the last 6 weeks or so. They've been moving bodies all over the place, moving guys into different roles. Leah, they've got great depth, and their next man up philosophy this year has been really put to the test. And there have been a lot of younger players, a lot of players that haven't played big roles, that have come into big roles this year and have done really well with it. Booty, starting in the pod, was one of them.
Brendan Booty, a sophomore from Langley, BC. Has familiarity, as Dave mentioned, with this line due to the Mishmash injury, as he had been out since February. And here comes Bender. Kobe Bender makes the move on the backhand. Can't quite get the shot off. It's far, and we are going to have a penalty on the play. It's going to go against North Dakota. Stejskal is out of his net for the extra attacker, but that didn't last long.
North Dakota, or Minnesota Duluth would have loved to have gone this another 11 seconds. They would have got a TV timeout on top of it. Bender with a great inside out. Bender and Roth all year. It's been their MO. Quick sticks, quick cuts to the net. Gets Jacob Bernard Docker to bite. Bernard Docker went fishing, and he came up with nothing other than a penalty.
So number 24, JBD, will sit for 2 for slashing. And that means that Minnesota Duluth will get their first opportunity on the power play in this game. Almost 5 minutes gone here in the second period. Off the draw. Goes up to Roth. Roth just chips it down to the sideboards. Across now to Wyatt Kaiser. He takes the shot. Shield with a save. Pops out in front. There's another shot by Roth. But it's turned aside by Shield. Broken stick to by Roth. He'll go over and get a new twig.
Last 6 games for UMD. They are 3 for 15. Roth has got power play goals in his last 2. Both of them tied games at key points.
Here comes Nick Sweeney. He sends it over to Jackson Cates. Jackson Cates on the move back up top, but it's a pass that will go all the way down for the clear. It was just out of reach of Wyatt Kaiser. Noah Cates skates it in. He drops it off. He's now back on his stick. He had Kirsten on him. Now back up to the point. Jackson Cates, his brother. Sends it down now to Sweeney. Sweeney back up top to Kaiser. He sends it over to Roth. An active stick by Adams got in way of the cross-ice pass on this power play. But right here, oh, puck pops over Sweeney's stick, and it will exit the zone.
Sweeney had it right where he wanted. Sweeney is playing on his wing right now. He plays a lot on his off wing to utilize his one-timer. Really nice job by North Dakota to cut off a lot of seams and lanes here.
Here's Kobe Bender. He's on it. He drops it back for Connor Kelly. Over top to Kepke. Kepke with the long shot. Doesn't get through the layers. 30 seconds left in this power play. Jesse Jocks takes a tumble there with Clevin. Bender's on it in the corner. Sends it back up top to Kelly. Kelly sends it across ice to Kepke. He takes a step. He waits. He's taken down. And here comes Kierstead the other way. Short-handed. He has numbers. Kierstead now with the move. Can't quite handle it. But ticking off time in this power play. And now Minnesota Duluth will come the other way as time expires. We are back to 5-on-5.
And how cool was Kelly on that, his side of the one-on-one.
Right in front now. Shield with the stop on Jacques right in front of him in the paint. Two teams continue to battle along the board. Log jam. Puck pops out. Kepke has it on his stick. He takes the angle shot. It's turned aside. Right now, Kepke with the steal on Jordan Kawaguchi, but North Dakota will collect, but they can't clear their zone, but now they do. Here it is, Shane Pinto on the move, 2-on-1. Shane Pinto fires, it's saved by Stejskal, and I swear Stejskal just gave himself a little cheer with his blocker.
2 great plays by rookies for UND. Kelly on the left defense, gaps up on Kierstad and kills a play before it happens. And the other rookie, Stejskal, with a big stop on the MVP of the league, Shane Pinto.
Swaney draws it back for Rail. Rail with the shot, but it's wide over the boards, and now Reese Gaber has it on his stick. The freshman making his move up ice, tries to chip and chase and get it around, but he couldn't get around Cairns, but gets it back and sends it around the boards to Brendan Booty. Booty, number 9, is on it down below the goal line, working away. He has company in Rail, who's all over him. Stejskal, head on a swivel as he watches the action behind him. Now back up top, JVD walking the line. He'll switch spots with that. Fast now with the one-timer, but it's wide. The rebound is there, but Adams can't get it to go and fans on it, and Swaney hits it the other way. Here comes Luke Lowhite. Lowhite on the move down his wing, takes the shot, and Adam Shield will hang on. We got nothing but action here from the Fargo Regional in the second period. Shield with the stop on Jacques, and it's still 0-0.
Well, there have been 28 shots on goal so far in this game, 14 apiece, and a lot of 10-bell saves. Starting with this one, which is about 2 seconds into the game, as Adams drove and Stejskal got tested quickly. A couple of good stops low, keeping rebounds in front of him. Got a little lucky on that one. Kawaguchi didn't sneak it off the back. That's a good one as he gets soft and keeps a puck on his stick. And Adam Shield on the other end kicks one out into the rebound lane. Olsen can't pick it up. Seals up really nicely here. And this one nice and quiet on a knuckleball as he holds on.
So 8.5 gone in this second period. Face off in North Dakota's end. To the right of Adam Shield. And look at that.
Like the NHL, the linesman will warn the center but not throw him out. And if there's a second warning on anybody on that team, it's a penalty.
Kelly sends it in the high slot. No shot given, but there's Cates with the backhand. That would be Jackson Cates. Kobe Bender's on it now along the half wall. Sends it up top. There's a blast, but it doesn't get through traffic as JVD puts his body in front of it.
You're seeing both teams from the point getting shots quickly. These are two really good teams in their own end to take away shot lanes quick.
And here's the turnover. On the move, there's the shot, but it's turned aside. Play continues on. Jasper Weatherby didn't get all of that. They continue to work away down low in the corner, and Minnesota Duluth end. Puck will pop out. And here comes Kobe Bender. Kobe Bender with some speed brings it in the line, and he's taken down. And there will be a penalty on the play, and it's going to go against North Dakota. It looks like Gavin Hain.
Gavin Hain's as tough as they come, and he plays a pretty hard, clean game. He'll take one here. Bender leans in. And here's what I think happened. The referee on the far side made this call. Now, understand that they're seeing this in real time from a different angle than you and I are, and they're seeing it faster. And I think what he saw was Hain's elbow coming up to make the contact. I think Hain leaned in, and the elbow came up more on a balance thing than anything. But you have to respect where the call was made from by the guy on the ice, just seeing it a little bit more high speed in real time than we are. Power play for UND.
So Hain takes the elbow penalty. Second power play for Minnesota Duluth.
And a big key for North Dakota, especially recently, has been first face-off wings and good clears, and Pinto's been a big part of that.
Noah Cates slides it over to Swaney. Swaney moves in. He'll circle back, puts it over to Cates. There's the backdoor pass, but it's turned aside. Back to Jackson Cates. He takes the long shot, doesn't get through traffic. Pops out in the high slot. Kiersted's chasing. He will skate it out. Bangs it off the board. He's going one-on-one with Wyatt Kaiser shorthanded. Just ticking time off the clock in this penalty. Colby Roth will collect and he drops it back. And Kiersted will get changed. He's going to need a breather. A minute gone in this power play. Cole Koepke from Minnesota Duluth brings it in. Sends it over to Jacques. Jacques tied up along the board, and now it pops down below Shield. Connor Kelly at the point. He sends it over to Koepke. Koepke takes a look, drops it back for Kelly. Kelly now moving in close, takes the shot. It's blocked in front. And it will be cleared by North Dakota. JBD there with the block, using his body.
Sorry, Lee, when Kepke gets up high, boy, does he go downhill with speed once he gets that pass at the blue line. What a laser beam he took that was blocked.
Here comes Kobe Bender. Bender drops it off for Jesse Jacques. Now it's back up top to Kelly. Kelly sends it over to Kepke. Kepke tries to go cross ice, but there's an active stick in the way, and it breaks up the pass. Quinn Olsen drops it over to Bender. Bender along the half wall. He's looking for someone in front. Can't get it to go. Back on the stick of Jacques. Jacques puts it up top to Kelly. Power play has expired. We are back to 5-on-5. And with that, Minnesota Duluth is 0 for 2 with the extra attacker in this game. Gavin Hain, fresh legs out of the box. He sends it to center ice, but Quinn Olsen will take over, and he dumps it into the far corner. Laberud is in on that, but it's back to Hain. Hain chips it off the board and out, but it's going to be sent right back into Ethan Frisch. Ethan Frisch with a long lead pass. And these two teams continue to go back and forth. Tanner Laberud drops it off right now in front. There's the shot. Shield with the save on Jackson Cates. Maybe his biggest of the game.
This game is unbelievable. What a pace, what goaltending, and what plays we are seeing by these two teams. And the goaltenders have been tremendous. The great chances have been there. Look at this little play. Roth right to Jackson Cates on his backhand. Cates trying to get Shield to open up the wickets. What did we discuss earlier in this game? How good Shield is with a stick, and that's exactly what saved his bacon there. He got Shield to open up, but Shield was able to keep his stick down as he moved and make that stop. What a rush as they stretch the rink, the Bulldogs do.
So face-off in North Dakota's end. And the good news is Grant Mishmash is back on the ice for North Dakota. He had gone down the tunnel after he was laboring from a shot, but he's back on. Senior, nice to see him. Doesn't want to miss this. The regional final wants to be out there. And what action in this second period by these two teams. Shield out once again to stop up the puck for Tyler Clevin. Clevin drops it off the boards, and it'll be gloved down as North Dakota continues on. Dave Goat.
Every time UMD drops a puck in that he can touch, and I'm talking about Shield, it really affects how UMD is forechecking. They can't get established, and Shield's done a great job at getting him out.
That he has. Shield has been perfect on the day so far. Won possibly the biggest save right there against Jackson Cates. It's still scoreless here at the Fargo Regional. All right, so we have a 0-0 hockey game here, and Dave, we spoke about it earlier, a very special senior class for North Dakota.
It's very rare that they get the whole senior class back, but they did, especially after last year. And during the summer, they really made a commitment to get ready for this season. Kawaguchi, Matt Kierstead, Gavin Hain, they spent most of June, early July in one of my favorite places in America, Brainerd, Minnesota. They worked out with Cole Smith and Tucker Pullman. They have all had really good seasons, but that whole group, Kawaguchi, Kierstead, Adams, Mishmash, Keene, Tomei, Bast, and Rieger, all back for one more kick at the can and a national championship.
And their head coach, Brad Berry, saying this is only the second time in UND's program history that they've had the entire senior class come back.
And it's one of the reasons, you know, they missed the national tournament by fractions a couple of years. And when you take a look at some of the players that left early to play pro hockey, you can see why they struggled for a couple of years just in terms of keeping the upper echelon of the league. We'll go through some of those names. They'll blow your mind in a moment.
So 7 minutes left to play here in the second period. Puck pops loose. Jake Sanderson, he sends it ahead to Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi on the move. He takes the short shot on Stay-Skull. It's turned aside. Olsen finds it in his feet. Quinn Olsen continues on. He'll chip it into North Dakota's end. Jake Sanderson back to get it. The 5th overall selection of the Ottawa Senators in the first round in 2020. That's the highest drafted draft pick in UND history. Now the puck pops out right in front. No one there to cash for Minnesota Duluth. Back up top to Wyatt Kaiser. He walks the line. Now he sends it back to Swaney. Swaney shovels it in on the backhand. Quick little shot there by Noah Cates. Shields turns it aside, and Cates is still on it. Cates Checks up. He sends it down to Koepke. Koepke with the angle shot, and Adam Scheel will hold.
So we mentioned North Dakota losing some key guys. They win the national title. You lose Nick Schmaltz and Drake Kajula, who both in the NHL. Troy Stetcher of the NHL. Luke Johnson signed a pro contract with Chicago. Paul Ledoux with LA, and Keaton Thompson. That was a big chunk right there, not to mention some of the under-the-radar guys, Sanderson, Chiswick, St. Clair. So the following year, they make the tournament, and then they lose another group. Tyson Jost, Brock Besser, Tucker Pullman, and Chris Wilkie, who signed a pro contract, transferred to Colorado College. You could see the amount of holes that they had to fill.
And Jasper Weatherby was calling for this. He knew it was coming. Penalty on the play, and this time it's against Minnesota Duluth.
That'll be Louis Rail, who will get the gate on a slash. This is one of those plays where if you get your stick underneath the stick of Caulfield, there's no penalty. But because you're coming down in an aggressive way, that's the automatic slash. There are a lot of things that you do where the referee can almost sense what's going to happen next. That was one of those plays. As soon as Rail's stick came up to go down, the referee's arm was almost halfway up as Sweeney and Gaber discussed what might happen on this PK.
North Dakota 0 for 4 on the power play against AIC in the semifinals. So far 0 for 1 here tonight in the regional. Still looking for that first power play marker of the Fargo Regional.
They're 10 for 38 in their last 9, and in their last 5 games, they've only got power play goals in one of them.
Which is incredible considering this offense, over 4 goals per game, leads the NCAA, most offensive team in the tournament.
And what's interesting is early on in the season, we were in the pod, they weren't scoring a ton of even strength. They were making a ton of hay on their power play. I think it was 5 games into the season before Colin Adams was on the ice for an even strength goal, and for Kawaguchi, I think it was 6.
Puck will pop up over the glass for a whistle.
And then that started to straighten itself out. This is a team that can show you a lot of different things on the power play between the 2 units. Now, the unit that's coming on now with Weatherby, and Weatherby got his opportunity to get some more power play time when Mishmash was hurt. This unit has done a lot of damage as of late. Caulfield's got a bomb. Weatherby is so good moving around the zone, and between Sanderson and JVD up top, between alternating sides to create the one-timer option where they want it, they have really been able to make a lot of confusion in the coverage, plus those 2 guys can really hammer it.
Bernard Docker keeps it in at the line. Now it comes up to Sanderson, back to JVD. He takes a move on it, holds up, puts it back up top to Sanderson. He slides it over to Jasper Weatherby, over to Sanderson. There's JVD with a long shot, and it's just wide. Sanderson will hold it in at the point, back over to Bernard Docker. Bernard Docker sends it down low. Try to center it there. There's Jed Caulfield, but found on it. Weatherby takes over. Sanderson takes the one-timer. Back to JVD. Back to Sanderson. Sanderson's thinking about it. He's on the move. He puts it back up top. There's the one-timer by JVD, but it's blocked in front by Koepke, and Minnesota Duluth will clear.
That'll leave a mark on Koepke. He knew he was about to get dinged, and he stepped in front of it anyway. Part of the MO of that UMD penalty kill. So many good shot blockers who are willing to eat pucks for wins.
So North Dakota on the move. 20 seconds left on this power play. Over to Kawaguchi. Jordan Kawaguchi, the captain. Sends it back to Sanderson. Sanderson to Pinto. Turned aside by Stayskal. What a save. Sanderson on it. Dying seconds of the power play. We are back to even strength. Adams has it in the corner. Sends it to Kawaguchi. Minnesota Duluth body laying on top of it across the ice as they continue to work away at it, trying to get the puck loose, and they'll stop the play. As that was Matt Cairns, the senior, using some, I guess, strategy is what we would call it, Dave, as he covered that puck pretty well with his body.
Cairns a transfer. look at his face. He's a transfer from Cornell. And Mike Schaefer's teams are real good defensively. He has been a huge addition on their back end.
All right, well, it's 0-0 here at the Fargo Regional between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth.
The back-to-back defending champs. We didn't get to play one last year, so they maintained that title. The first of 2 came against Notre Dame. Carson Kuhlman has just had an absolute knack for scoring huge goals in big games. He got a big one there. Hunter Shepard wins the national title in goal, and then they defended with a game against UMass in which their next captain, Parker Mackay, had a huge game. This game, wire to wire. Never in doubt, UMD raises it one more time. The beauty of the Bulldog program under Scott Sandlin, what he's created there is not necessarily a ton of high-end guys. It's culture. It's four-year guys who stay there, guys who can provide leadership, the Carson Kuhlmans of the world, the Carson Soucies of the world, the Parker Mackays of the world, and then into a Nick Swaney this year. He's just developed a wonderful culture of leadership and accountability.
Minnesota Duluth with back-to-back championships. They are on a quest for the three-peat. And there's only one other team in history that's done that. That was Michigan, 1951 to 53. I think North Dakota might have something to say about that as we continue to have a 0-0 game here in the second period with 3.5 to play. Puck pops up and Jackson Keene slides it over to Ethan Frisch, the defenseman, puts it down low and he'll retreat and take a change. Puck now right in front and Sasco has to be sharp. There's another shot by Blaisdell. Harrison Blaisdell, the Winnipeg Jets draft pick. Gabe Bass back on it in his own end. Number 2 for North Dakota. He will send it ahead. Sasco out to play the puck. Gavin Hayne is on it. Here's Brendan Booty behind the net. Here's Jackson Cates on him. Gavin Hayne gets bumped along the boards. He's held up. Weatherby turns, circles, tries to get the weak shot off, but can't get it through traffic. And now Minnesota Duluth will clear the zone. And here is Roth on it, using that speed to get back. And Tyler Clevin will take him down. Connor Kelly back in his own end, takes a look up ice. He has Weatherby coming in on him. Active stick, gets a piece of it.
Kelly did everything right, and then he put a pass off the stick of Weatherby, blocked time and space, and then he turned it over.
Here's Roth, sends it across for Jacques, but Jacques overskated it, and Weatherby turns that quick and turns it into a neutralized zone, and then now into the offensive zone. Cairns back on it, sends it along the boards. Puck is up and out, and it will head into the bench.
I am a huge believer. You get under 2.5 minutes, and you're going north quickly. Everything's got to go to the net. Don't leave grade A chances on the table and not take a shot. Great transition by UMD as always. And here comes Roth, goes wide. He's got space. He's got a lane to the net. Shoot the puck. Shoot the, even if it's not a great shot, put the puck low, pop it off the pads, go for a little pillow play, let the second guy crash the net. And here's a hit on Kelly, which he took a little bit of the worst of on a big hit by Booty, who's immediately looking around to say, hey, I hope nobody saw that. Might have clipped him in the chin.
All right, so Brandon Booty roughing. He will sit for 2. And this is the 3rd power play for Minnesota Duluth.
Booty leaned in. He just wanted to finish his check. And I have seen more penalties this year with players who just come up with their hands instead of putting their hands down on the ice. I think they're going to take a look at this as possible, something potentially more because of head contact and the follow through. And this is the point I'm getting to. I have seen way too many players, and they're not, make hits where they just don't put their stick on the ice and then follow through, and it gets them into more trouble than they should be in.
So with under 2 minutes to play, Minnesota Duluth will end this period on the power play. Let's see what they can do with it. Noah Cates is in on it. His brother Jackson collects the puck out to the high slot. Swaney at the point. He's on the move. Tries to center it, but can't get it past Sanderson. Now it's down below the goal line. JVD is on it. He tries to lift it out, and he does just that. Minnesota Duluth with 2 shots on their first power play. They had 0 on their second. Noah Cates was skating in, gains the line. Roth trying to hold it in, but the puck will leave the zone once again. And Minnesota Duluth is forced to retreat. Noah Cates, he's on it. He gets bumped along the board. Jackson Cates in for support. As is Swaney. Swaney digging away. 1 minute left here in the second period, and 1 minute left on this power play for Minnesota Duluth. Log jam along the boards, deep in the corner. Shield hitting that post of his up top to Kaiser. Kaiser with the shot, but it's wide.
Great job by Adams to make sure that shot went wide.
Here's Rob back up top to Kaiser. He sends it down to Cates. That would be Jackson. It's wide, hits the board, and all the way back down to Minnesota Duluth end. Koepke picks it up, and he will start out. Continues to move. Gets in, and there's a whistle on the play. We will bring it just outside the zone.
UMD putting up a little argument, and it's just because Koepke fumbled the puck a little bit. Officials make the call and blow it down. Speaking of officials, congratulations, by the way, to Eric Ernst from New York, who had played at Quinnipiac in his career. Then he started officiating in the Long Island League, joined the USA Officials Program. 500 Division I games and 500 pro games later, finally hung up his skates and retired. Did a ton of games for ECAC in Atlantic. Great career at another one who hangs up the stripes.
Puck now in neutral territory. Jackson Keen's on it. North Dakota tries to continue to kill off this power play. In the dying seconds, Quinn Olsen tries to take the shot. It hits the shin of Jake Sanderson. And with that, the second period is in the books. Minnesota Duluth will have 3 seconds of power play time when they start the third period.
Well, another period where I think each team got a little bit of what they wanted. North Dakota, I thought, had some good sustained offensive zone time. Minnesota Duluth had some good transition time and chances off the rush. Both goaltenders have been terrific, which has been a key. No leakers. And each team's penalty kill has been good, despite the fact that power plays have had chances.
All right, and with that, we go to the North Dakota coach. That would be Brad Berry. And Brad, after 40 minutes, a 0-0 hockey game. Is this what you expected in the Fargo Regional?
Yeah, 100%. That's what you get every game when you play against Duluth and our team together here. And it's a man's game out there, and you know, there's not much time and space, and goaltenders are playing well on both sides.
Just another one of those old-fashioned NCAA games between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth. Coaches is taking away the eyes of the goaltender Stejskal, considering he's a rookie, a big focus point in period number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a staple. Every game of ours is trying to get to net front. We scored a goal last game, mismatched his goal, and we got to try to continue to do that again. We need a big push here. It's one of those things where it's probably going to be a 1-goal game here, and we need a big push start of the third period here. We had a lot of good kills that period.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck in the third here in the final.
Yeah, thanks.
And with that, it's the end of period 3 here in Fargo. Now let's send it to the crew in the studio for the NCAA Hockey Intermission reports. We welcome you back inside Shields Arena for the Fargo Regional Final between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth. I'm Leah Hexa alongside Dave Starman. And Dave, before we begin, second period, I mentioned that the defenseman for North Dakota, Jake Sanderson, was the top draft pick in UND history. I know better than that. I'm a Manitoban. That was Jonathan Taves, 3rd overall in 2016. He's the top drafted defenseman. So I stand corrected, North Dakota fans. Thank you for reminding me. Dave, 0-0 in this game. Thoughts on it, bud?
I think that in this game right now, what you've seen out of North Dakota is they want to carry the puck in a little bit more, and the Bulldogs have been really good. The Bulldogs are comfortable moving pucks behind the defense and going to get it. They have had more dump-ins than carries, and they're starting to get a little bit more sustained offensive zone time. I think in period number 3, North Dakota, as playing to their mantra, I think they're going to come out the first 5 minutes of this game like they are on fire and try to steal it quickly. It has been the way they have played most of the season.
So through 40 minutes, that's what the stats look like. We are 0-0 heading into this final frame of the Fargo Regional Final between the 2-time defending national champions, Minnesota Duluth, and the top team in the nation in North Dakota. Koepke on the rush. Well, Koepke tried to get the soft shot off, couldn't quite get it on net, but there's the wraparound attempt by Noah Cates. Colin Adams will clear it away. Jordan Kawaguchi has it in neutral territory, sends it over to Matt Kierstead, and then he sends it up to Adams, but a stick gets in the way there, courtesy of Wyatt Kaiser.
Kaiser had a great start, and then it leveled off a little bit like a lot of freshmen will, and recently has really picked it up, and he is playing in a role that UMD hopes can somewhat get close to what Scott Perunovich provided for them before leaving school.
Colin Adams will send it around the board. Ethan Frisch will hold it in, sends it back down to Jordan Kawaguchi, but the puck drops off his stick, and Kaiser will skate it out, and they will quickly get it up. Here's Kobe Bender with the shot. Kobe Roth behind the net. He's got Ethan Frisch on him. He takes away the puck. Sends it up to Anderson. He tries to take the shot, but now it comes on the stick of Reese Gaber, who will bang it off the board and get it out. Shane Pinto in alone. He's tied up by Anderson. And Anderson has some support by Jackson Cates. Grant Mishmash in for North Dakota. Kobe Bender will send it across ice and out of his own zone.
A little cheap Mishmash's game there as he came in below the puck instead of above it. So when UMD was able to move it up the wall, they had a cleaner out. But Mishmash is above that puck on the defensive side of it. North Dakota maintains possession.
So Gabe Bass will send that up to Mishmash. He skates it in, looking to get around Matt Cairns, and he does. Tanner Latterud is on it for Minnesota Duluth, and it's out of their zone and now back down deep into North Dakota's end, and we'll have a whistle on the play.
After the second period of the semifinal and final games of the Frozen Faceoff, North Dakota was trailing by a goal. Brad Berry went into the dressing room and he told his players, hey, I know it's a tense time, embrace it and enjoy this. This is what you want. Look at Jordan Kawaguchi. It's a 0-0 game with the Frozen Four on the line. Look how relaxed they are. And that's the message that Coach Berry has wanted to give his team, and that is you're going to find some adversity in this. You're going to stare into the abyss. What do you find back? Enjoy it, embrace it, and go out and earn it. And that's the message he gave them, trailing in 2 games in the Frozen Faceoff that they both won.
Kierstead will fire this one all the way around the board to the other side. That's where Weatherby is in on it. And here comes Quinn Olsen, quick up, and now it's back in North Dakota's end. Minnesota Duluth will get a change, and Matt Kierstead will start out for the green and white. Brings it over the red line, little chip in to Brendan Booty on Booty's backhand. Now he'll take a look, sends it to Weatherby. Weatherby can't get the shot off. And Nick Sweeney will lift that up and out.
Weatherby went to pull the string. He took the whole rope with him.
Kierstead back for it. But here comes Sweeney. Sweeney sends it across to Kepke. Kepke tries to get the shot off, but it's high and hits the mesh, and we'll have a whistle.
Kepke's been good tonight. He has skated hard. He has moved his feet. He has been in and around. Here's a kid who can be really, really slippery in tight space. He's a great energy guy, and he's one of those players. I think he gives a third line credibility. Does that make sense to you? He's a guy that he could play up in the lineup. You bring him down to the third line, and when he's playing on that line, he makes that line that much more dangerous and a line that you have to keep an eye on.
Over to Reese Gaber. Along the side, he lifts it up and dumps it in. Rail will calmly glove it down, and now it's ahead for Cole Kepke. Kepke once again on it. He will chip it down below the goal line where Noah Cates is in on it, as is Nick Sweeney there to help out. Noah Cates has it. Cates, number 21, will chip it up along the boards. There's the shot by Roth, but it hits Gaber in the shin and deflects out.
Gaber's a kid who played his junior hockey with the Dubuque Fighting Saints of the USHL. His head coach Oliver David told me a great story. He shows up, he says, here's what I want to do. I want to play 2 years, and then I want to go play at the University of North Dakota and be ready when I go. And he was so good in so many areas: accountability, leadership, dependability, production, living the right way, that by the time he left, they designated him as the signature saint for future players to live up to. What a high honor for him in Dubuque. And what a career he had in the USHL.
Kobe Bender sends it up top to Hunter LeLig. The shot on net, and it's in! The puck took a bad bounce in front of Adam Scheel. It finds the mesh, and Minnesota Duluth is up 1-0 with the opening goal of this game here in the third.
Speaking of guys who had great careers in the USHL, one is Hunter LeLig, 8 and dark, who gets the puck, walks the line really quick, and he just snapped it to the front of the net, and I think that hit Cates and went in. What a play. On the wall. Who else? Bender wins a battle. He's done it all year. Gets it back to LeLig, who doesn't waste any time, gets himself to a situation where he's found the lane, and Jackson Cates in front of the net, I believe, is the one who touched it.
So 1-0 Minnesota Duluth here in the third period with almost 4 minutes gone. And if
taking
it is
a quick look just to make sure it counts. It does. And the Bulldogs are up 1-0, and the North Dakota finds themselves in a position they've been in the last 2 games, and that is down by 1 in period 3.
Jackson Cates, 11th of the season. He is now tied for the team lead in scoring with 27 points. So now, Dave, it's all about response from North Dakota.
As we all know, most important shifts in the game are the ones after goals for and against.
Here's Quinn Osland with a nice little spin at the center line. Adam Shields out to play it. He will send it around to Jackson Keene. Keene has it on his stick, taking a look up ice. He will send it across. Kaiser's in on it for Minnesota Duluth, but he has Louis Jaminek all over him. Rail sends it ahead to Sweeney. Sweeney now puts it over to Wyatt Kaiser. The freshman skates it out. There's a little steal. Now behind the net. Sweeney with a good stick there, but North Dakota will turn it around and come the other way. Here they are. Reese Gaber fires it around the boards, down below the goal line. Jordan Kawaguchi pops it out. Now here. Colin Adams is trying to get a shot off. Couldn't. There's Frisch, but there we go. Cole Koepke. Here he is. One-on-one with Shield. In alone. Koepke shoots and scores! Cole Koepke makes it 2-0 for Minnesota Duluth.
What a play by Koepke in his own zone. Unbelievable. Watch him, 17 and dark, stick in the lane. Frisch never knew he was there, and then he goes the other way. You're not going to catch Cole Koepke one-on-one, even with the puck. That puck's not an anchor even close. He doesn't waste any time. Third period, ice chopped up a little. Koepke lasers it. Uses the eyes of the puck, stays on a strong side, goes up top on a big boy Shield, but it was the block shot, the anticipation. Frisch didn't look up. Koepke put a stick in the lane and sent it the other way.
So Brad Berry has called his timeout for North Dakota. A timely one to be that. But wow, what a turn of events here, Dave, in this game in the third period. 2 quick goals by the two-time defending national champions, looking to get it done here in the Fargo Regional Final.
I have probably said this 100 times this year on many outlets. There is not a team in the country that looks more comfortable, no matter what the score and what time is left in the game, than Minnesota Duluth. They're the two-time defending champs. They know how to win. Their senior leadership understands these games and knows how to manage them and can find big goals when they need them. It goes back to when Carson Kuhlman and his group were here. It goes back to when Parker Mackay and his group were here. They just understand how to manage games. Now you're talking about a North Dakota team that is now down 2, who is most of their upperclassmen are playing in the national tournament for the first time. So as the nerves get a little tighter, down by 2, let's see the response from North Dakota in this game, and a game that they have played really well in.
So Jackson Cates just off the draw. He had the first goal for Minnesota Duluth, and then a buck 20 later, it was Cole Koepke making it 2-0. So 5 minutes gone in this third period. Shane Pinto overskates it, but he's still working away. North Dakota in Minnesota Duluth's end. Lelig will hold up Weatherby. Now the puck pops loose to Bender. Bender loses it off his stick, and it's shoved around to Matt Anderson. Here comes Gabe Batts. Batts the defenseman, puts it right in front, and a backhand by Weatherby, but turned aside. Batts once again puts it behind the net. And there'll be a whistle on the play. Well, here we go. Third period has been an eventful one. Hunter Lelig with the shot. Jackson Cates puts it in. That makes it 1-0. And a minute 20 later, Cole Koepke charging in, beats Shield. They're up 2-0. The defending champs.
You can never tell by the look on the coaches' faces that they're up 2-0 when Scott Sandlin's got his team in a good spot right now after 2 quick goals, both of different varieties. One really good offensive. It's a scramble draw. North Dakota wins it. They get into a good spot, dead ice, but Kobe Bender wins the race. Dennis comes up the wall. Really nice play to keep him safe ice. Hunter Lelig moves it to the front of the net, and all of a sudden the screen gets set up. Jackson Cates tips it away. Now watch Koepke. Koepke goes stick on stick. How many times as a young player have you heard defend stick on puck, stick on stick? Koepke with a small fundamental play, and he turns it around to a great shot the other way.
Just a bullet high from Koepke, picking that corner on Shield.
Koepke's got 5 of the 19 shots taken by Minnesota Duluth tonight.
So North Dakota has their top line out on the ice for a face-off in Minnesota Duluth's zone. Looking to get something going here in the third period as they now trail by 2. But once again, Minnesota Duluth, here it is. The goal scorer, Kepke, is on it. He sends it around the board. Matt Pierce said will find it. He's taken down by Noah Cates. And here comes Gaber. Reese Gaber, number 17, gets over the red line, and he will dish it off. Tried to get it to Kawaguchi, but couldn't collect it on his stick. Kawaguchi still along the sideboard. It's jammed up. We'll get a whistle.
Leah, something to watch for, and for the fans at home, something to watch for. Keep a count starting now. The amount of times that North Dakota's got to start their attack underneath their own goal line. If that number is in high single digits the rest of the way, that means that Minnesota Duluth is controlling the pace, controlling the tempo, and making them go 200 feet, which is a hard thing to do against the Bulldogs. If North Dakota can get the game that it wants going, it's going to try to shrink the rink so that they're looking to go 135 feet, 100 feet, pick pucks up earlier, quick counter, as opposed to having to chase all the way down. Not sure what's going on here. I think they're checking as to whether or not somebody should be back on the ice. And they get everything set as the group that was on the ice for the Bulldogs are back out.
That they are. And it's been quite the line for them tonight. McSwaney will get a stick on it, and then he charges off for his change. Cole Kepke's in on it for Minnesota Duluth. Puck is off, dug down. And here comes Shane Pinto. Shane Pinto tries to send it ahead, can't get past the center line. Kobe Bender, number 11 for Minnesota Duluth, will skate it out, skates it into the zone. Little chip and chase. He's on his backhand. He holds up. He falls down. And that'll allow Jake Sanderson to collect and take it the other way. The defenseman fires it in around the boards. Jasper Weatherby's there to meet up the puck, but it exits the zone, and Sanderson will calmly collect it and put it over to Tyler Clevin. Clevin, the freshman from Fargo, North Dakota, sends it around the board. It's now on the stick of Shane Pinto. He's taken down from behind. No call on the play, no matter what the fans want. Up at the point, there's the shot. It's blocked. Is this a turnover? No, it's not going to be. Gabe Bass is on it.
Another great gap this time by Roth. Last time it was Kepke, this time by Roth. Close up on the D-man, forcing to put it off the shin guards.
Puck slides down all the way behind Adam Shield. 7 minutes gone here in the third period. So the NCAA Frozen Four is heading to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The action begins on Thursday, April 8th at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. For more information on the 2021 NCAA Frozen Four, visit ncaa.com, your home for all 90 NCAA championships. And here in the Fargo Regional Final, one of these two teams trying to punch their ticket. There's a save by Stayskal. Now up top to JBD. Sends it over to Adams. Adams with a long shot, trying to get it through layers. It's blocked in front and doesn't get to Stayskal. Quinn Olsen working his way in. He will check up, waiting for bodies to join him. Sends it down around the net. Jesse Jacques is on it. And eludes the stick of Jordan Kawaguchi as they continue to bat away at it. And Tanner Latterroot will keep it in for Minnesota Duluth, who will make a change. Matt Kierstead taking a look up ice as he has company, so he'll send it back around to Jacob Bernard Docker. Bernard Docker now puts it up to Lou Jamanek. The freshman skates it in, but drops it back a little cute. And once again, Kepke's on the move. There's the long shot. Sanderson gets his body in front of it.
And Leah, there's a start of the rush for North Dakota from behind their own net. Never gets across the blue line. I'm telling you, keep an eye on it, because it's going to play into Minnesota Duluth's hands the more it happens.
Up top now for Matt Cairns. He blasts it, but it's blocked by Jamanek. North Dakota will turn it around. Noah Cates was all over Sanderson, but now he gains the red, gains the blue into the offensive zone, drops it back for Gavin Hain. He takes the shot. It's turned aside. Now here's Shane Pinto. Pinto takes the shot. It's blocked. And here comes Minnesota Duluth the other way. And it's Kobe Roth. Roth makes his way in. He's bumped out by Ethan Frisch. And now Tyler Clevin's on it for North Dakota. The defenseman skates it out of his own end up to Pinto. Jasper Weatherby is on it. He gets red along the board. Pinto tries to slide it over to Caulfield. Judd Caulfield can't get a stick on it. The action continues on. Gabe Bast on the puck. He's got Anderson on him, and now it's back up top. Clevin takes the shot. It's blocked. Clevin now will give Roth a bump and bulldozes him over.
Roth might have as many saves in his period as Stayskill does. I think it's his third block shot of the period.
Almost at the halfway mark of this third period. Minnesota Duluth up by 2. Quinn Olsen right in front of his own net. He will send it ahead to Latterroot. And now we have Louis Rail on it, but he's stripped of the puck, and here it comes the other way by Gaber. Gaber sends it across ice. Colin Adams is on it, but he has Latterroot all over him. Bangs him right into the boards. Both are taken down. Puck now right out in front, but it will be cleared. Kierstead fires it back into Minnesota Duluth zone. Wyatt Kaiser is in on it. Number 5 looking to skate it out. He sends it ahead. Latterroot is in on it. Chips it back into North Dakota's end as these two teams continue to go back and forth. And here it is. Here's the captain, Jordan Kawaguchi. He's stripped of the puck. Fighting along the boards. It pops out. Minnesota Duluth will collect. Here again is Kepke. Kepke on the move down the left side. He takes the shot at Shield, and Shield turns it aside. And Jamernick is on it for North Dakota and drops it back for Kierstead. So many chances, Dave, for Kepke in this third period alone so far.
Great wide drive, using his speed, and just a tremendous release. And that has been a key to his game his whole career at UND.
Shield out to hold it up for Ethan Frisch. He circles around, takes a look ahead, and skates it out of his own end as he drops it back for Shane Pinto. Pinto over the red. Backhands it into Minnesota Duluth's end. Comes around for Cairns. Ethan Frisch would bang it off the board and send it down below the goal line. It rolls around. And the puck is lifted up and out, but it will be gloved down by Sanderson as he continues to bat at it. But he's in a battle here for the puck with Jackson Cates. Cates gets the shot off on his backhand, but it's turned aside by Shield. Cates with 1 goal in this hockey game. Here comes Weatherby, 2 yesterday against AIC. Tries to shovel it in at Stayskill, but he will cover. Nothing but end-to-end action as the defending champs, Minnesota Duluth, are up at 2-0 in the Fargo Regional Final with over half the third gone. So there we have it, 2-0 for Minnesota Duluth in this hockey game here in the third, and a great day for Scott Sandelin and his club.
Absolutely, they have got a 2-0 lead here, and earlier today, the Minnesota State Mavericks, well, they won their first NCAA tournament game. Who scored the game winner? Keep an eye on 14 in white. He's going to re-enter your picture. That's Ryan Sandelin. Well, the coach's kid, and I love coach's kids, he gets the big one as he fights through. Puck laying loose. He doesn't give up on it. Bulldog mentality. Maverick win. Mike Hastings and his group into the regional final.
So here in our regional final, one of these teams will punch their ticket to Pittsburgh to head to the Frozen Four. Minnesota Duluth up 2-0 here with about 8.5 to play in this third period. Jasper Weatherby in a battle for it. There's a high shot from the slot, and there's going to be a penalty on the play.
That's going to be Quinn Olsen. It's a good call. This all started, Minnesota Duluth won the draw. They went for a little D underneath play off the glass. It didn't go. And because of the fact that North Dakota sealed the wall so well, it created a battle on the wall, and that is just obvious. And Olsen takes the penalty as he gets in a bad spot on Weatherby. And hold on, folks, because we all know what North Dakota's power play can do and has done.
So a massive opportunity here for North Dakota, down 2 goals, looking to get something going with the extra attacker. Goes up top to Kierstead, but it's an errant pass, and he will miss it. Jordan Kawaguchi is back on it as Noah Cates keeps him company. Here comes Kierstead. He will drop it back for Shane Pinto. Pinto works his way into the zone. Works his way around behind the net. He's rubbed out. Goes back up to the point for Kierstead. Quick little shot. It actually hits the skate of Kawaguchi, and now it's cleared.
This is a matchup of one of the best power play units talent-wise in the nation against what was, and they just changed, one of the best penalty-killing units talent-wise in the nation.
It's almost a minute gone in this power play. Kiersted once again starts out. There's Adams. Adams just inside the line, but Minnesota Duluth will be able to clear it as Jackson Cates just sends it down. Reese Gaber looking to make some magic happen here. He skates it in. He'll hold up. He'll take a look. Drops it off for Sanderson. Jake Sanderson now at the line. There's Pinto. Pinto with the shot. There's a save by Stejskal. He's out of his net. Where's the puck? It's in the crease right in front. And how about this? Jackson Cates will manage to get the clear. And here they come again. Jordan Kawaguchi with the shot. It's turned aside. Puck is rattled along the board. Now sent up top to JVD. He holds it in at the line. Fresh legs coming out. Gavin Hain joins the power play. He takes a step and a shot, and it's high and hits the mesh.
I'm not sure if that was deflected or if that went straight. Stejskal thanks his lucky stars as he got all twisted up. Pinto's had some great chances in this game, including another one on that last power play. He has been shooting every opportunity he can, trying to move with the puck, and he has just been a little snake bit in this game. It's not from lack of chances, not from lack of effort. That one was just not having the stars aligned for you as he had Stejskal beaten.
So off the draw, Weatherby sends it up to JVD now on Sanderson's stick. He sends it over to Hain. Hain has it along the half wall, drops it back for Weatherby. Weatherby has Noah Cates on him. He's locked down up, but it's back to the point for Sanderson. We're back to even strength as Quinn is out of the box. Quinn Olsen, fresh legs, and Gavin Hain for North Dakota will collect. And it's back for JVD. Noah Cates coming in on him over to Jake Sanderson. Sanderson now behind his goaltender. He will begin out. The freshman will send it ahead to Gavin Hain, who lifts it up and puts it down below the goal line in Minnesota Duluth zone. Wyatt Kaiser sends it ahead for Jesse Jacques. Quick little pass there to Nick Swaney. Swaney will shovel it ahead. Shields out to play it. Just under 6 minutes left in this third period. Tanner Latterud is on it. Gabe Bast getting players up against the board. Shane Pinto's in there offering support on Jesse Jacques. Tyler Clevin with the big hit. And Pinto will lift that one up and out. And here comes Adams. Adams on it. But he's taken away from the puck there. Try for the quick shot. Didn't get through the traffic. Therefore, the wraparound puck right in front. But it will get cleared out along the side boards. Luke Lohut sends it around the boards for Minnesota Duluth, and now they will skate it out of their own end on the stick of Tanner Latterud. He will lift it up and out so that Minnesota Duluth can get their change.
And UMD, which, as I mentioned earlier, they're such a good wide lane team. This is where it really plays into their strength because they don't have an urge to jam a puck into the middle of the ice, and puck management will be a vital key over the next 5 minutes.
Ethan Frisch holds it in at the zone, shovels it down below the goal line, but Kaiser is in on it. He's bumped off the puck as these two continue to battle away. Puck is up, glove down, sent out of the zone, but it's put right back in, and Stejskal's out to hold up the puck for his teammate in Louis Rail. Rail over to Kaiser, going D to D. Kaiser now behind the net. Shane Pinto in on him, getting aggressive, and Kaiser skates it out. He sends it up ahead, and that will go to Kobe Bender. Bender with speed will drop it back to Roth. Roth puts a weak shot on Shield, and he will turn it aside. Puck now rolls around. Matt Kiersted hangs on to it, skates it up, sends it ahead, is back into Minnesota Duluth's end. But very quickly, Lilig will send that one out. Goes all the way down, and that will be icing, so we will bring it back.
Would not surprise me if UMD used a timeout right here for 2 reasons. Number one is it's been a little bit of an extended shift. You got some guys leaning over their skates coming back. And number two is it just allows you to get organized on what is a very key defensive zone draw. Watching the bench, so far nothing yet from Sandlin and his group. They're going to let it go, and they're going to trust Cates. And that is Jackson to take the face-off.
Face-off in Minnesota Duluth zone. Leleg is on it. Tries to clear it up on the boards, and that he does. Swaney will send it over to Cole Koepke. Koepke on the move, and just a little pass down. And he will return and take his change. Here comes JVD. JVD on the move. Skates it across the red line and sends it in. Puck now wheels around the board, comes almost up top of the point, but is kept in. The shot across the high slot, no one there to connect with. And the errant puck is loose. Here it is in the zone. Gavin Hayne with a long shot, but it's high and wide. Tanner Ladder will collect. He tries to clear zone, cannot. Judd Caulfield will keep it in for North Dakota. They're on the move. Up top to Sanderson. Doesn't get all of that, but there it is, Gavin Hayne, but it's wide. Play continues on. North Dakota providing pressure. The Minnesota Duluth will now get it to neutral territory. Back in their own end. Kane Wilson skates it out, tied up, gets the puck stripped from him.
That's got to go in. Puck management.
And here's Gabe Bast on it. Bast will bring it into the offensive zone. He slides it over for Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi trying to corral the puck now behind the goal line. Sends it ahead, tried for the high slot. Now it's up top. Adams with the long shot. It's just wide, but a good bounce, but Stejskal is there for it. Reskaver puts it right in front. A quick shot, but it doesn't go.
Leah, they tried to play out the backboards that they got a goal on yesterday as a power play expired. That was Weatherby's goal. Tried the same play and almost got it.
And Shield, he is heading off. North Dakota coming in with the extra attacker with over 2.5 to play in this third period of the Fargo Regional Final. North Dakota down by 2 goals. But here comes Minnesota Duluth. Once again, it's Koepke on it. But he'll halt up. Noah Cates is keeping them company. Matt Kierstead skates it out. Kierstead takes it into the zone, but it's punched back. The empty cage. Here's the puck, but it will be wide. We will bring this one back down.
Well, Stejskal's been under fire in the last couple of minutes, and he has stood tall to the test, as have his teammates. Adams with a good drive. This is early in the game. Kawaguchi and Adams combined off the opening shift for a couple of chances. I think Stejskal's been really good at keeping pucks off to the side of the net. Putting a lot of pucks in the quiet zones behind the goal line. He's got a little luck from post. When you're good, you're lucky. But he has used that big 6'6" frame of him to force UND to miss the net on a couple of occasions as they've tried to find some openings. There's been a timeout, and it has been called by the University of Minnesota Duluth.
Can't say enough about the poise of the freshman in Stejskal. He has just been dynamite tonight for his Minnesota Duluth hockey team.
So UND will get something set up, and I've seen him in a situation on a couple of times. First, you know, one of the things you always want to keep an eye on is who's been really good on the dot. Pinto's been 10 out of 16, and Weatherby's been 9 out of 14. Those have been their 2 hot guys, and the best so far for Minnesota Duluth on the defensive side. Cates is 10 for 23, and the other Cates, and that would be Noah, is 7 for 17. Faceoff is going to be on the right wing side of the ice for North Dakota, and with 6 attackers on, what they're going to try to do obviously is get the puck back to the defenseman behind the circle if they can. If that defenseman can quickly get it cross ice, you should have some daylight for that player at the blue line to dive down while you get some traffic at the front of the net.
So we have 2:02 to play. The top team in the nation in North Dakota is down 2 goals to the defending 2-time champions Minnesota Duluth. The winner of this, the Fargo Regional Final, is off to Pittsburgh for the Frozen Four. I don't know about you, Dave, but I think this last 2 is going to be dynamite. Here we go. Let's remember, Adam Scheel is pulled for the extra attacker for North Dakota. Sanderson is on it. He sends it up top to Kierstead. He sends it over for Pinto. He takes the blast, but it doesn't get through. Pinto collects the puck back up top to Kierstead. He walks the line and sends it to Sanderson. Sanderson now will change sides with Kierstead. Back to Pinto. He takes the shot, but it's turned aside once again by Stejskal. It's in! North Dakota is on the board. It's now 2-1. Colin Adams, 2 goals against AIC. He gets the first here tonight for the top team in the country. And Dave, they are not done yet.
They set up in their power play formation with the addition of Sanderson, who's such a good puck mover up top. So there's the Pinto one-timer, which isn't controlled by Stejskal. And what does Adams do? He's thinking maybe he centers it, but Stejskal is down. He's in an awkward position. He's not moving anywhere. What does Adams do? He throws it right off the back of the goaltender. Great idea by Adams. He didn't have a whole lot of sticks open, so why not try the old bank play? He puts it off the back of Stejskal. Let's see how the rookie goaltender for UMD handles this one with a minute and a half to go.
So Adam Shield is back into his net for the time being due to the faceoff being at center ice, but now he will leave it. The extra attacker, perhaps will be coming on here. Yes, it will, as Matt Kiersted collects the puck. Kiersted has kept the on hand, but there's the shot, and it's just wide of the cage.
At 2-0. At 2-0, that's not the worst play in the world. At 2-1, that takes on a whole different dynamic. Remember, on an icing, the team taking the offensive zone draw can pick what side they want to take. They're going to go back to the same play on the same side. Weatherby will take it on the right wing side.
Up top to Kiersted. Sends it to Sanderson. Over to Kiersted. Kiersted from the top. Redirected in front, but won't be finding mesh there. They continue to work away. Jordan Kawaguchi back up top to Sanderson along the half wall. Sanderson on the move. Takes a look. Sanderson still with the puck. Sends it up to Kiersted. He puts it across. Here's for Pinto. Pinto tries to get a shot. Backdoor! Oh my goodness! The captain for North Dakota has just tied this hockey game. Jordan Kawaguchi with the goal.
Same play off the draw. Get the puck onto the right wing side, go to work. They move it up high. They try to create a play down low. This is a broken play. This puck was supposed to go to the net. It didn't. And everybody, though, the entire Minnesota Duluth defense corps reacts off. You see how the puck fanned off the stick. And it wound up moving over to Kawaguchi, who is sitting where he normally does on the power play.
So bang goals by Minnesota Duluth to start the period. Bang goals by the top team in the country to tie this one at 2. It's less than a minute left to play here in regulation. And we got a game cooking here in Fargo, North Dakota. Dave, we knew this was going to be a battle, and that's exactly what it's been. What a hockey game these two teams have given us.
Here's the thing, anybody who's watched this conference all year, especially these two teams, I guarantee you there's nobody surprised.
Still time to play. North Dakota in Minnesota Duluth end. Judd Caulfield is chasing it. Comes up top to Roth, just outside of his stick, and back for Ethan Frisch. Frisch over to JBD, number 24, down the side. He'll just fire this on Stejskal. He turns it aside. Caulfield battling away. With rail, and the time continues to tick down. Dying seconds of the third period. And here we go. The Fargo Regional tied at 2 after a scoreless 40 minutes of play, but North Dakota, Minnesota Duluth, what a game they are giving us here at Shields Arena. We are headed to overtime, and with that, we will send it back to the studio for the NCAA intermission report. I can't wait for the extra frame. We welcome you back inside Shields Arena as we get set for overtime between the number 1 seed North Dakota and the number 3 seed Minnesota Duluth. And what a game this has been. Leah Hextall alongside Dave Starman. And Dave, I just want to get your thoughts on this battle between these two rivals.
Here's the beauty. 8 years in the NCHC, this is what you see almost every weekend. This is what you see a lot in the frozen face-off, overtime, double overtime comebacks. The teams are so good, they make each other better, and that's what happens on a nightly basis. I think this becomes very interesting right now. Stejskal has looked, to be honest, a little clunky. In the last 3 or 4 minutes, he's looked stiff. His size has been good, but he has not looked smooth. And as that period went on, North Dakota was gaining some steam. Better entries, better plays to the front of the net, and boy, did their hunger perk up. They were down to Denver, got the game tied late, won it in overtime in the semifinals. They were down 2-1 to St. Cloud. Going to the third period, they scored 3 goals in 5 minutes and won that one going away. And those 2 games have been humongous learning lessons and growth moments, which led to where we are right now with UND.
And we're off here in overtime in this Fargo regional final. And Dave, this is they've done this before in overtime in the NCAA tournament. Rail sends it wide over to Reese Gaber. He'll put it out. Matt Kiersted sends it ahead. Mike Kaiser will play it over for Noah Cates. Cates skating down the wing. He slides it in, dumps the puck in. Jacob Bernard Docker's back on it, number 24. Now he sends it up to Gaber again, who bangs it off the board and out of the zone, but only gets to neutral territory, and it's fired back in very quickly by Minnesota Duluth. Kobe Rock sends it across. Shot run around the boards. Back to Rock. It goes up top now to Lele. He puts it through, trying to get it through those layers in front of Adam Shield. Once again, Rock is on the puck. There's a shot on Shield. There's the rebound. Can't get it to go. And North Dakota will take over in their own zone. Hunter Lelig at the red line, sends it over to Anderson, and he will fire it in, and Shield will glove it down. And lets it pop out for Jacob Bernard Docker. He's taking a look up ice, seeing what his options are. Quinn Olson has a watch on him. And here comes North Dakota. Jasper Weatherby bumped alongside the board. Maintains possession of the puck. Now it's loose. Ethan Fish will fire it into Minnesota Duluth and below the goal line. Darian Goetz, the long lead pass up the ice, trying to hit Quinn Olson's stick. And that will be icing, and we will bring it back.
Last time these two teams met in the tournament was in Lake Placid. A win in overtime by Minnesota Duluth. The last time North Dakota was in overtime in the national tournament was in this building, They lost to BU. They had thought they scored the game winner. There was an offsides issue. BU wound up winning the game later on. It actually led to the creation of the BU rule on how those offsides are played.
So off the draw, hops back to Bass. He will send it down below the goal line. Battling away for it is Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi taking a look as he twirls away from Cairns. Takes the quick shot at the angle, puck in front, and State Skull will cover.
I really like that play by Kawaguchi as he reeled low. Remember, I just said State Skulls looked a little stiff in the crease in the last couple of minutes of that last game. He looked a little nervous. So this is a good play by Kawaguchi to throw one low and test him to see whether or not he is sharp, whether or not he's going to give you a rebound. Good little pillow play, pop pass by Kawaguchi, the veteran. And boy, does it figure the two seniors that came back at him to Kawaguchi with those two big goals.
Wish finds it at the line. He sends it down low to Pinto. Pinto tries to put it out front, but doesn't get it to go, and Kaiser will send it along the boards for Minnesota Duluth. Now down below the goal line. North Dakota trying to work away, trying to get something going here in overtime of this Fargo Regional Final. Jasper Weatherby's on it, tries for the wraparound. State Skull has it. There's the loose puck. Caulfield's banging at it. It's still loose. Right now, right in front. There was a shot, but it's turned aside as it found the stick of Pinto. Weatherby back on it. North Dakota buzzing here in overtime. Up top to Frisch. Sends it over to Sanderson. Sanderson with the move, with the reverse. Checks it up at the line. Taking a look. Fires it wide. Hits the boards. Now at the sideboards.
North Dakota controlling the net front right now. They've controlled it the last few minutes in the third, and they are firmly in control and setting up screens.
Sanderson out-muscles Nick Swaney. He brings it over the red line, brings it over the blue, gains the zone, takes the quick shot, and it's turned aside by Stay Skull. Now it's up top. Sanderson once again all over the puck. He sends it over to JBD. Long shot, and Stay Skull will hold.
You can't get much closer than this, and once again, it's a wraparound little jam play. They got Stay Skull moving around, and again, moving around unorthodox. That puck was just rolling around, and North Dakota couldn't get a stick on it. Cates, rail, good job boxing out, good job with sticks down to help keep that thing out.
Off the draw, Gaber sends it over to Jacob Bernard Docker. Gaber with a long shot, gets held up in front, but Kawaguchi manages to steal the puck. He's still on it, drops it back for Colin Adams, number 18. He's stripped of the puck now, and Minnesota Duluth will begin out. Play is broken up, and Bernard Docker takes over in his own end, going D to D over to Matt Kierstead. Number 3 takes a look up, hits the stick of JBD, and now puts it into Minnesota Duluth's end, where they will exit it out to the red line. Quinn Olson's on it. He will dump and chase. Bernard Docker in on it first. He will shovel it back down below the goal line to Kierstead. Tanner Latterow keeping them company. Nearly 4 minutes gone here in the extra frame.
Defensemen have to be really careful on set plays like this because line changes are happening behind them because it's the long change.
puck skates around the side of the board. It will drop at the hash marks, and Louis Jammernick slides it across to the other side. Levin will hold it in. Gavin Hayne behind the net. Hayne drops it back for Jammernick. Jammernick now circling around. He'll move it along the half wall, drops it back. There's a quick shot, but Stejskal gets a pad on it.
Hayne was the hero in overtime against Denver. In the frozen faceoff semifinal, he launched a rocket past Magnus Krona.
The senior Matt Cairns starts it out. Here comes Darian Goetz. Goetz sends it ahead. He's down on goal, and there's a whistle on the play. And we will bring this one back for a face-off.
North Dakota Minnesota Duluth with a couple of icings towards the end of regulation, and the ensuing face-offs wound up in goals, and a couple of icings as well in overtime. If you've used your timeout, you get one back. If you've already had one, you don't get a bonus one. And this is the timeout that North Dakota got back, and because of the icing, they will call their timeout to rest some bodies. Minnesota Duluth is 9-2 in overtime in the NCAA tournament. A lot of them have come in the last few years. They have been so good in so many of these tight games, whether or not they went on to win the national title or not in those regional years. They have just been so good in overtime in the past decade or so. And Scott Sandlin probably discussing right now about assignments in case the draw is lost. Wingers getting to the points, getting in shot lanes, centers holding up, just some reminders of what's going on. North Dakota on the other side of it, they've been great on the dot. Weatherby won a couple of big face-offs for them at the end. And last in the frozen face-off, Shane Pinto was one of the big heroes on face-offs, including 3 big defensive zone draws that helped seal that win against Denver. And by the way, Pinto with 2 assists. I'll tell you what, that Hobie race, in my opinion, everybody thinks it's Caulfield. I'm not so sure.
So UND with 4 shots in overtime. Minnesota Duluth with 2. Face-off in Minnesota Duluth zone, off the draw. It's held up. Puck in between skates, trying to find it. Nick Sweeney is trying to get on it. It's held in at the line, just pops out for Ethan Frisch, and he will send it over to Sanderson, who brings it off the backboards all the way around, and it comes back out to neutral territory. Frisch back on it, drops it back for Sanderson. He sends it ahead back into Minnesota Duluth's end. He rails on it. He sends it across. Kaiser will now send it ahead. Just exits the zone, but Colin Adams will try to shovel it back. Can't quite do it, and now we're into North Dakota's end. Loose puck here in front. It's collected now by Noah Cates. He tries to get the shot off, but Jordan Kawaguchi with some defense. And here comes North Dakota the other way, taking it in. Tries to put the wrap around, but Stejskal gets his pad on it, and he will hold. Judd Caulfield with a dangerous little play.
I love this play. I like the fact that he forced the goaltender to go post to post. Instead of just driving the net and shooting into a big body, which is not the worst idea, look at Stejskal once again. He's got to scramble to get across, and he doesn't get across cleanly. He's a little outside the post on one side. And North Dakota's found something here, and they're going after it big time in the way they're getting Stejskal to move and keeping pucks low and on the ice from dead angles.
Another face-off in Minnesota Duluth and 2 for North Dakota. Now Hunter Lehlig will skate it out over the center line and puts it into North Dakota's end. And Kobe Roth is on it. Roth tries for his own little wraparound, but there's an active stick in it by Kierstead. Kierstead with the defensive play takes him down. All clean here in overtime. Once again, Jacob Bernard Docker will start out for North Dakota. He sends it ahead. Can't get much going up to the red line. And here comes Quinn Olsen, the Boston Bruins draft pick. He sends it down below the goal line. Puck rattles around the board, and it will exit the zone, and the chase is on. Matt Cairns back for it, the senior for Minnesota Duluth. Over to Darian Goetz. He tries to send it ahead, but it's kept in.
He popped over his stick as he tried to move it. One thing to keep an eye on if you're a defenseman in your own zone, you got the NHL glass here, it's seamless, or the old NHL glass, which is seamless, so you can use the glass to rattle pucks around and out.
Puck in neutral ice, looking for someone to claim it, and they do. Gavin Hayne on the stick of him. He had Louis Jammernick stream to the net, but the pass couldn't quite get to him in front, and it goes out of play.
North Dakota at the end of the third period scored 2 goals to get this game tied. It was the 2 veterans. This is the first one. A great play by Adams to go find a puck and throw it off the back of the goaltender. And this time Kawaguchi on a broken play. This play wasn't heading towards him. It got to him anyway. And Adams and Kawaguchi combined for 2 goals as North Dakota went into a power play setup 6-on-5 to get 2 goals.
6.5 gone here in overtime. There's the quick shot by Frisch, and Stejska will once again hold on, and we'll have another face-off in Minnesota Duluth's end.
Face-offs ever so important as these games continue to go on. Possession is everything. If you're the defensive team, you're just hoping you don't lose clean.
So whistle off the draw. We'll head back and do it again.
And that's a face-off violation on Minnesota Duluth, so Jackson Cates has got to be a little more careful leaning in on the second one.
So puck up top to Sanderson as he walks the line. Sanderson taking a look. He's now down along the half wall, making his move in. Rapids around the net. And he'll just drop it off. Puck goes to the other side of the ice, and it's picked up by Nick Swaney. Swaney on the move. He will shovel it down into North Dakota's zone. But it is collected and sent back out. We have a bit of a collision here in North Dakota's end between Reese Gaber and Noah Cates, the captain for Minnesota Duluth. Gaber was shaken up in the game against AIC last night. Took a bit of a hit from Zach Galambos. So here's Wyatt Kaiser making his way out. Jackson Cates is on it. He sends it ahead. Puck off the glass, up and over. And here comes Jasper Weatherby with the move on his stick. Jasper Weatherby sends it back for Caulfield. The shot is deflected. And here we go the other way. It's Kobe Bender. Kobe Bender halts up, still has it back, sends it across. Kobe Roth, and he scores! Kobe Roth ends it in overtime. Minnesota Duluth, the 2-time defending national champions. The quest for 3 is still ongoing as they will book it to Pitt and head to the Frozen Four. Oh, well, hang on here, Dave.
Every goal's got to get looked at. Every goal gets reviewed anyway. Just before the alarms go off, just keep that in mind. But with the linesman stepping in, yeah, you wonder if they're looking at a potential offside here.
Let's take a look at this, Dave.
Here comes the puck up. Here's Bender, 11 in dark, pushes it ahead. He stumbled a little bit. I was a little too quick for my eyes. Let's back that up one frame. You might have seen it just that. You know what? You might get a case here. And remember I just talked about the BU rule from a couple of moments ago? They're also checking that too. Here's the deal.
Oh my, this is close.
Let's see. It comes over. Back foot. Is it in? Oh. This might be.
This might be coming back.
All right, so here's the BU rule. If the play is ruled onside, then it's a good play, even if it's offsides. If it's ruled onside, it's good. If the puck changes possession, it nullifies any challenge on the review. The puck never changed possession. That's the BU rule from 4 years ago here in Fargo. That puck was cleanly in possession of UMD the entire time. That's part of the consideration. But the number one thing is, was it offsides to begin with? And then once it gets decided, possession doesn't change.
It looks like they have a decision here, Dave.
Wow.
Wow.
Now, here's the biggest challenge. Let's get past the wow for a second. Here's the big challenge. North Dakota's got to get its head back in the game. They thought they lost. Minnesota Duluth's got to get their heads back in the game. They thought this was done. Like, you got two emotional pitches right now that are very, very different. The late Doug Woog always said everybody's emotional elevator is either going up or down. It's not standing still. You got two going in very different directions right now with a huge shock to the Minnesota Duluth bench. And North Dakota gets a second opportunity for life here. This is almost similar to what happened 4 years ago here. North Dakota was ruled offsides by a fraction of an inch on an overtime goal they thought they had.
So here we go. Overtime continues on.
Lost in all
this. Collect our bearings. And we will get back into this game, Dave.
Yeah, lost in all of this was a tremendous play by the two Kobe's, Bender and Roth.
Absolutely.
Who have been terrific all night long.
This game has given us everything. This is everything that you want in a regional final. This is everything you want in a hockey game. We've got the top team in the country against the two-time defending champ. We're here in overtime, tied at 2. We thought it was over. We thought Minnesota Duluth was going to Pittsburgh for the Frozen Four, but check that. North Dakota has a second life, and away we go as puck is dropped again, and we will reconvene this extra frame in the Fargo Regional Final. So puck now in North Dakota's end. Jacob Bernard Docker's down there for it. Sends it around. Swaney's on it. Takes the angle shot. Where is it? Does Shield have it? He does. He's covered it.
A little shaky on that one is Shield in his first test after thinking that this game was over. And he, like I said, he has got to park what happened. And the goal wasn't his fault by any means. But he's got to park what just happened and get back to being him. And that was a little bit of a shaky one right there. By the way, coming out of that long extended break, what do both teams do? They both put their top lines on the ice to try to capitalize on what the emotional mood swing that just happened.
Judd Caulfield, he collects it, sends it up to Jasper Weatherby, who gains the line and gains the zone. He takes the bump, comes down. Minnesota Duluth is on it in their own end. Continue to work away along the boards, looking for the puck to pop out, and now it does, behind Stayskal. Caulfield has it along the boards. He has some support, looking to pop it out to Shane Pinto. He collects now, and the puck is loose, and now it pops out. Here is Kobe Roth over to Kobe Bender. We've seen this before as they come into the zone. Bender on his stick. He wheels around. Kobe Roth jams at it. But Sanderson has it. He rotates, and now he moves out. Over the blue line, over the red. Sends it ahead. Back to Sanderson on his stick, on his backhand, but he loses the handle. Almost 8 minutes gone here in the extra frame. Hayne moves in for North Dakota. Puck is wheeled around to Bernard Docker. He tries to take the shot, but it doesn't make it on net as Jesse Jacques has it on his stick and will just chip it out.
Sanderson is a huge X factor in this game right now. He is the best offensive defenseman in the game. He loves to go. He's in every rush, and he can control pucks.
Gavin Hayne with the shot. And it ricocheted off the iron and out. Matt Kierstead back on it. He takes a bump from Swaney. Kierstead once again, he'll send it around the boards to Brendan Booty, and it exits North Dakota's end and heads all the way down to Minnesota Duluth's zone, and we'll have a whistle on the play and bring it back.
What an opportunity that North Dakota just had as they get a puck through the neutral zone quick with speed, and Hayne, who I just mentioned, from that exact spot is where he scored against Denver. Doing that overtime game, and look at the reaction of Dane Jackson and Brad Berry on the bench as Hayne just misses. North Dakota will call timeout, and the unique difference between the NHL and the NCAA, when you call timeout in the NCAA, you can make a line change if you want to. So not only are you getting a break here, if Bradbury wants to, he can change lines, and he's the home team. He has last change.
So let's take a look at the disallowed goal here in overtime. Dave, why don't you walk us through this?
It was a great play by Bender to get it. And as Bender goes to the front of the net, he gets Roth there. Roth bangs it home. But because of the fact that he was a fraction offsides. Now, if we run the play roll, you would have seen that North Dakota never touched the puck or had any kind of possession on it. If North Dakota had touched the puck or even had mild possession, UMD maintained or got it back and scored, the goal's good. And that's something that's very unique to college hockey. And again, that's the BU rule from 4 years ago here in the Fargo Regional.
So almost at the halfway mark in this overtime period.
Then you get into a whole discussion over what possession actually is. But at no point did North Dakota get a stick on it, so it renders that point moot.
Jasper Weatherby up against Noah Cates in the circle. Face off in North Dakota's end. Off the draw, puck pops out. Ethan Frisch will send it ahead and out of his own zone. Colin Adams tries to collect it. Now he does. He tries to bat it ahead, but Wyatt Kaiser is on it. Back to Adam's stick. He sends it down below the goal line and around. Louis Rail looks up ice. Still skating it out. Gains the red, and he'll fire it down to North Dakota's end where Adam Shield will come out to hold it up for Frisch. Frisch now on the move. Takes it ahead for Adams. Adams with a goal in this game. He sends it into the high slot, but it gets intercepted by Kobe Bender's stick. Bender wheeling around, using that speed of his into the zone. Here he is, takes the shot, but it's just wide. Now over to Lilig. Lilig at the point. He fires it, but it's blocked in front of Shield. Lilig with another shot. Over now to Anderson. Anderson holds it in at the point. Bender now takes the shot. It goes aside and will be lifted up and out.
Bender couldn't challenge the loose puck low because he was just out of gas. What a great shift by the Bulldogs.
So Hunter Lilig will send it ahead. Goes up to Jesse Jacques. He takes the shot. It's turned aside. Rattles off the backboards. Jacques sends it around. Now up to Pinto. Pinto will just slap at it. Exits its zone, but it's picked up by Goats. And here comes Jacques again, and he sends it down low. Shields out to play the puck. Holds it up for Jacob Bernard Docker. Up to Pinto. Pinto will lift it up and out, and it's gloved down and held. Here comes Goats with again, sending it around the boards. Tanner Latterud is working away for Minnesota Duluth, but now the puck will exit the zone, and North Dakota will be able to get a change. At least a partial one. Wyatt Kaiser, the defenseman, in on it. There we have a collision. Noah Cates comes away with the puck. He's batted off of it. Rattles against the glass and out. Nearly 12 minutes gone here in overtime.
What an opportunity by UMD. Once again, the speed of Bender, and he has been electric tonight. He splits the D, and he missed by about the same distance that his foot was offside. So close. Great individual play by Bender, who has been flying since shift one. We'll get a cleaning of the ice, not a Zamboni, but a sweeping of the ice. First non-icing or non-change whistle that we get after this one.
Off the draw, it comes back. JVD will send it around the board. It's held in at the line. Here's Bender. Bender tries to be nifty with it, but it comes out of the zone, and now Kaiser's on it for Minnesota Duluth. Kaiser sends it up to Bender, and he fires it back in. Rock along the boards. He gets knocked off the puck, and it's lifted up and out.
Kaiser, at some of the plays that he's made tonight, the way he controls the puck, I know the comparison a lot has been Scott Perunovich, but there are a lot of times that he reminds me of former Bulldog and current Winnipeg Jet Neil Pionk.
Wyatt Kaiser sends it over to Jackson Cades, back to Kaiser. Kaiser under pressure, so he gets rid of the puck. It's lifted up and into the corner of North Dakota's end. But Gabe Bass is in on it. Bass bangs it off the board. Exits the zone, only gets to the red line, and here it is for Quinn Olsen. Quinn Olsen, back cross ice to Anderson. Anderson sends it down below the goal line. Shield out of his net to play the puck. Gabe Bass, little pass ahead. Lee will lift it up and out. Gets to the center line, glove down. And now the puck pops out into the bench of Minnesota Duluth.
And we will get the shovel crew out, and they will get some debris off the ice.
So tomorrow afternoon, the NCAA Women's Championship Sweet 16 continues with these matchups on ABC. At 1 Eastern, Georgia Tech takes on South Carolina. Then it's Missouri State and Stanford. And later on ESPN, Oregon squares off against the Cardinals, followed by Texas and the high-scoring Terps. And you can always watch all of those games live on the ESPN app.
The team's got a little chance to catch their breath here, and when you take a look at the way this period has gone, North Dakota's had probably the better of the chances early as the period's gone on. UMD has had a couple of real good grade A opportunities as well, and I think that the shock factor of the disallowed goal has now passed, and both teams have settled back in. I've been really impressed with North Dakota and their stick-to-itiveness and the way that they can continue their game plan. Remember, this is a team that has got a lot of vets and has got a lot of seniors and has got some older guys, but has never played in the national tournament before. UMD, they managed the majority of that game really well, and the talent of North Dakota made some tremendous plays at the end of the game to get them back into it. Both teams have really showed up as advertised.
That they have, and they will meet here at center ice. Noah Cates going up against Colin Adams on the draw. Adams will send it back.
A lot of big line against big line here in this overtime.
The Stars are here for the show in overtime. Here's Cole Koepke. He has a goal today. Wraps it around the net. Sends it back. Reverses the puck. And this will go to Nick Swaney. Swaney battling along the board with Kawaguchi. The puck is loose. Now being worked on along the board as Sanderson will hold his time. And there's a quick little shot. There's another one almost in front, doesn't get through. And Shield will decide to hold on as had some dangerous shooters in front of him for Minnesota Duluth.
Bulldogs with a good kick in the hard area here. They win a battle here. Koepke, good stick. I love the idea. Throws the puck high as the goaltender is in the RVH quickly. So try to put one up high. See maybe you catch him over the shoulders. Shields a big man, and the best thing that I think Shields done the last year has been able to raise his shoulders when he seals the post.
There's the quick shot there by Bender. It's just wide. Bernard Docker will collect, and he sends it ahead to Caulfield. Judd Caulfield sends it into the zone. Jasper Weatherby's in on it, giving chase, and here is Shane Pinto. Pinto puts it up top to Kierstead. He fires it. Not sure Stejskal saw that puck. Now behind his net. North Dakota continues to work. Now it's Weatherby. He has Jackson Keats on him. Tries with the wraparound. It clears through the blue paint, but no one's there for North Dakota to get a stick on it.
What a play by Matty Anderson. 3 in dark.
Bernard Docker has Roth on him. Now here's Kierstead. He sends it ahead, and North Dakota skates it out of their own end and sends it down. And level whistle on the play.
A little bit of a late call. Stejskal did a little acrobatics. Brent Nicklin, the goalie coach for the Bulldogs, probably had a little minor heart failure as he saw that happening right in front of the net as Brad Berry looks on, and Shane Pinto has just been an absolute force again tonight. I've said it a little early. I'm going to say it again. I know there are a lot of people out there that are ready to hand the Hobie Baker Award to Cole Caulfield, who is a wonderful player and has had a tremendous year, as Carrington Weatherby have a difference of opinion as to
they're just saying hello.
Who had the lean to the zone first. I'm a big believer that centers can outweigh wingers at times when you're making comparisons. The centerman's responsibility and their ability to produce. I think sometimes a little more. We got a little discussion in the scorer's booth about something. I wonder if they're checking the clock or if they're just checking what might have just happened between Cairns and Weatherby. But sticking to the Pinto thing, he has just had a fantastic season, and after what he has done in this game, and the last game, I am not necessarily sure that this is an automatic anymore.
So they're checking to see who was on the ice.
You know what? And here's the thing: you want to do that, and you want to be accurate, but at this point, it's moot because everybody's got their win. Like if North Dakota caused enough confusion that they had to go take a look at that, then good for them. You know, they always say if you're not cheating, you're not trying. And right now, no matter who put it on the ice, everybody's healthy. Everybody's got wind and everybody's good to go.
We're having a discussion with Coach Brad Berry.
Do you remember back in the old days when you had a situation like this, you could put 2 lines on the ice and then, oh, I got confused, and you pull 1 line. We did that in the minor leagues all the time. You know, you get an icing like that, you want to get some guys rested with a hurry-up face-off, just put 3 lines on the ice.
So Gabe Bass is coming on.
I think it's 6 guys on the ice.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Who are they taking
I'm not great at math, but
it looks
too many men.
So it looks like Frisch is, and now Pinto is, it looks like Pinto's the odd man out. Now you got
That's
Bass,
huge.
Frisch, and Kierstead. You got 3 defensemen on the ice, which makes no sense.
But you also have a huge faceoff for North Dakota. You're taking off Pinto, who's their best faceoff man. Weatherby wins it, so good on him. After all that discussion, puck's lifted up and out. It eludes Karen's stick, but he's back on it. Cairns bangs it off the boards and sends it up ahead to Quinn Olsen. But the puck's poked away from him, and now Goetz is on it. Goetz a little chip through neutral territory, and now Bass will have it. Bass fires it ahead, and we'll have a whistle on the play.
Well, we've had one team that is through already. The UMass Minutemen beat Bemidji State today. Congratulations to Greg Carville and his group. And the kid who scored 3 of their goals today, Giskevich, his brother's actually the assistant coach right here with the Fargo Force. So they are in, and we'll see which of these 2 teams will join them tonight.
In the Frozen Four in Pittsburgh, which begins on April 8th and will run to the 10th. You can catch all the action here on ESPN. Here's Kepke. Kepke fires it on net with a weak backhand, and Shield poke checks it with a stick. It's held in at the line by Kaiser. Dump now down below the goal line. Few bodies in on it. No Cates is battling away from Minnesota Duluth, but North Dakota comes away with it as they try to get it out of their own zone. Kepke gloves it down. Now he circles. He tries to take a long shot there to Swaney. Swaney gets hauled down, and they will continue to work away. Kepke once again on the puck. He sends it across ice to Kaiser. Kaiser with the shot. Shield with the save.
Swaney, 23 and dark. A draft choice of the Minnesota Wild gave Bass and JBD everything that they could handle. And there's an early line change on the wrong bench as Louis Rail gets nailed. Keeps his sense of humor.
I'd love to hear what they were saying to each other in that moment. A few smiles there. There's Roth with the quick shot. Hits Shield high. It's turned aside. Just over 4 minutes left here in overtime. Here comes Jasper Weatherby on the move. Weatherby with a shot. And Stejskal with the save.
It's a good recovery by Hunter Lelig. Anderson had some trouble moving the puck, and there's a good wide drive by North Dakota. And 8 in dark, Hunter Lelig got himself turned quick, got a stick in the lane, and cut North Dakota off from getting any closer, forced a wide shot, which the big boy Stejskal was able to handle.
Jammernick, Keene, and Hain out there for North Dakota. Puck will pop loose down to neutral territory, but it will be sent back, and away they come. Here's Gavin Hain, number 10, on the puck. He has Jammernick with him, crashing to the net. There's Keene with the shot from his knee and the high slot, but he couldn't get it to go. And here comes Lelig the other way. Lelig has Rock with him. Laverout's on it. Laverout taking a look. Lots of traffic in front of Shield. Play goes on behind the net. Shield hugging his post. Connor Laverout is on it. He continues to work on it, and then he'll send it back down low. Puck now behind the net. Bumped off it is Roth. And here comes Sanderson. Sanderson moves it across the line, across the red. Sanderson back on it. He'll chip it into the zone. He's stood up by Jesse Jacques at the blue line. Darian Goetz sends it across ice to Quinn Olsen. Olsen dances in. He loses the puck, and he will try to send it ahead, but it will go out, and we'll have a stop and play.
I think the entire state of North Dakota thought this game was over, and so did they. What a setup by Hain. He is just so dangerous. Keene wide open. What a stop by Stejskal. Wow. Hain, beautiful. He just found a seam. Keane had it teed up. And the big kid Stejskal, the rookie, looked like a veteran there. Oh, what a stop.
Tyler Clevin with it. He will send it D to D over to Ethan Frisch. Frisch will send it ahead, and Kawaguchi gets a little stick on it and heads into Minnesota Duluth's end. Rail on the puck. He has company though, and he will chip it up ahead, but North Dakota keeps it into the zone. Kawaguchi, the captain, he drops it back. Bruce Gaber will give chase to it, but he can't collect. And here comes Koepke. Koepke sends it across ice to Swaney. He will just bat at it. And Minnesota Duluth will get their change. Tyler Clevin on the move. Chips it off the boards, tries to continue on, and he'll just dump it in on his backhand. Kobe Bender dancing around. He will send it into North Dakota zone, but once again it's hit out. Jed Caulfield's got a step on it, takes the shot, and it's saved by Stejskal as he turns it aside with his pad. Bender, long pass, fires it up ice, but it finds the stick of JBD at neutral territory, but Minnesota Duluth will turn it right around. Kobe Rotho loses the handle. North Dakota gets some fresh legs on the ice as Kaiser has it. Shows some patience.
Been incredibly impressed with the shift discipline of both teams. They are not extending any shift any longer than it has to. Their changes have been crisp and shifts have been short.
A minute and a half left in overtime. Tied 2-2. And here we go. North Dakota on the move. Jackson Keen's giving it chase. Bumps along the board, but here comes Quinn Olsen. Olsen tries to take the shot. Frisch will block it with his body. Goes down around the net. Gavin Hain is in on it. Sends it over to Bernard Docker. He will take a look up ice as we have a minute to go in this extra frame.
Last shift of the period, and the two big lines are on.
Trying to make some magic happen here in the final 60 seconds of overtime. Nick Swaney. Swaney skates in. He drops it back, but Kawaguchi collects. Kawaguchi turns the other way. Here he comes down the wing, but he has company on him. He's stopped in neutral territory just outside the zone of Minnesota Duluth. Anderson, he will fire that in. Sanderson's back to collect for North Dakota. Bangs it off the board. Shane Pinto on it. And here comes Weatherby. Weatherby stripped of the puck. And now here's Roth. Roth stops up. The puck now just at the side of the net, and Shield will elect to hold.
The little things that make a big difference, Kates. And that is, I believe Noah, who did it, backtracked and picked the pocket of one of North Dakota's players coming up the ice, turned it back around, and now with 15.4 to go, you wind up with an offensive zone draw as opposed to play either keeping going or something else happening. Real good extra effort by UND.
So off the draw to Kiersted's stick, and he just fires it down. Caulfield in on it with Kaiser. And a foot race for the puck, pinned up along the board. It's collected by Weatherby. He centers it. And Pinto was in there battling but couldn't find it. And with that, the buzzer will sound. The first period of overtime is in the book, which means we're headed to double overtime, tied at 2-2 between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth. So with that, we will head back to our studio crew and Nabil Karim for the NCAA intermission report from Fargo. We welcome you back inside Shields Arena. Tied 2-2 between Minnesota Duluth and North Dakota, and we are getting ready for the second overtime of this game. Dave, take us through this game.
Oh, both teams had real good kicks at it in the first overtime. This was one that just kept sliding through the crease as UND came out on fire trying to put some pucks low. Here's the overtime goal that wasn't. UND gains his own little cross-ice pass, and they thought they had it. You can see right here the play was offsides by about a half an inch. Now, if you stop it right here, if the player in white, even though the call was made onside, if the player in white had touched the puck or had any kind of possession of it, then you could not have reviewed this even if it was offside. That's the BU rule from 4 years ago between the BU North Dakota game when North Dakota thought they had scored on a play that was ruled back offside. And that to me was the save of the overtime right there. Kobe Bender had a great OT, almost missed winning it by the same fraction of an inch that he was offside.
So here we go. This is how the game looks tonight after 3 periods in 1 overtime. UND has the advantage in the shot department, the face-off department, but UND, they've been blocking a lot of shots here tonight, and we haven't seen any power play goals this evening. It's all been even strength action. So the last 2 overtime games in NCAA tournament history are back in 2017. North Dakota defeated Boston University. So here we go, getting set for the second overtime period from Shields Arena. The Fargo Regional Final. The top team in the nation, UND, taking on the 2-time defending champion, Minnesota Duluth. And what action we've seen here tonight. North Dakota battling back from being down in a hole 2-0 to tie the game and forcing overtime. And now we're in double OT.
For 4 periods, North Dakota's been pretty good early on.
And one has to wonder, Dave, if the fact that Minnesota Duluth didn't play yesterday due to the contest to Michigan, how that's going to play in here as this overtime continues on.
Well, I think that's a good point. A little extra rest on the UMD side, though North Dakota was able to manage minutes pretty well last night, having gotten a 4-0 lead early on in the game. The majority of high minutes to low minutes was not as big a discrepancy as it might have been if that was a game where you needed your best players on the ice a whole lot more, so that was a bonus. North Dakota also played 1 more game in the frozen face-off than Minnesota Duluth did.
Face-off in North Dakota's end. Puck pops out to Kobe Rock. He sends it over to Matt Anderson. The long shot through traffic. Shield didn't see it. It popped out. And now comes North Dakota the other way. It's Reese Gaber. Gaber will dump it in, and there'll be a quick change from North Dakota. Dave, do you think the shifts will get shorter here for each team as overtime continues?
Shifts get shorter, execution gets sloppier.
So Gabe Bass with a quick little shot. It pops out in front, almost a redirection there for North Dakota. Zach Stayskal had to be sharp. Matt Anderson sends it ahead. Back to the stick of Anderson with a quick shot. Shield turns it aside. Anderson's taken down in North Dakota's end. Puck is carried out here by Judd Caulfield. Caulfield works his way in, sends it over, trying to Shane Pinto, but that pass is intercepted. And here comes Bender. Bender on the move, takes the shot, pops out in front. Where's the puck? Now behind the net. Sanderson will just bounce that off the glass and back into Minnesota Duluth's end.
Both teams dodge a bullet. When North Dakota was heading north because of a line change, UND was defending with a forward and defenseman. They got lucky, they didn't have to face anything.
Wyatt Kaiser pinching far in from the point, and now he's got a back check backwards as North Dakota takes it the other way. Keene will send it around the boards. Now behind the net. Shoveled up to the top. Ethan Fish with a long shot. It's turned aside. Quinn Olsen fires in neutral territory. But Tyler Clevin is on it. He skates it into the zone. He'll dump and chase.
The longer this game goes, chips to space become important because there aren't going to be guys that have some weary legs where you chip a puck to space and you think a guy might be able to skate into it. As this game goes on, legs get a little heavier. They may not get there. That's when turnovers start to happen.
Cole Kefi weaves his way in. He sends it around to the other side of the ice. Now it's up top. There's a long shot from Lelig. It's just wide of the net. Nick Swaney tries on it. He loses his stick. Puck exits the zone. It'll be fired back in by Lelig. A smart decision. Minnesota will get a change.
Swaney's stick got caught in the end boards.
Jacob Bernard Docker from his knee puts it over to Kierstead. He's back up. JVD tries to shovel it around, but can't quite get his stick on it. Matt Kierstead will take over for him. Now along the wall. Puck is lifted up and out. And the senior, Matt Cairns, is back on it. He sends it ahead, and Roth will just give it a little touch into North Dakota's end. Sanderson sends it ahead. Pass for Jordan Kawaguchi. It's touched, and now it's behind the goal line. Minnesota's Duluth zone. Reese Gaver is chasing after it. Goetz is on it. He drops it back. It's at the side of the net. Kawaguchi couldn't get a handle on it. And now it goes back up top to the blue line, and it's kept in by Bast. Bast will fire that off the end glass, and it rolls around all the way to Sanderson. Quick angle shot, but it's just a little wide. The puck will go all the way back down to North Dakota's end.
No potential icing here because North Dakota is the one that rattled it off the ball and around and down and out.
Overskated the puck. Jesse Joxton, and now here's Shane Pinto. Pinto with a long shot, and Zach Stakal will glove it down.
Well, the Bulldogs get a good chance quickly as Kobe Bender once again drives the net. Great shot, rebound, and Quinn Olson looking for the spare change, and he gets buried in front of the net. And North Dakota survives as this puck goes wide. Olson takes a big hit. And a good rush by Bender. Bender's speed all game long has been a huge factor in this game. He has impacted about every shift he's played.
Off the draw, up top, there's the shot by Frisch. Doesn't get through. Pinto spins and fires, but it's wide. Brendan Booty is now on it. It's kept in at the line by Clevin. He will send it down below. Goes past Caulfield's stick. North Dakota tries to remain in control. Caulfield back on it. Bumps it off the end boards, and the puck pops loose, and it's overskated by Caulfield. Lifted up and out, and Frisch is back to chase it.
The latter needed a change, 13 and dark, as he blocked the shot. It took it right off his hamstring.
Pinto on the puck, little chip in. Noah Cates back on it for Minnesota Duluth. Log jam along the wall. Pinto has control of it in his skates. Noah Cates is there and pops it out. Pepsi can't gain control of it, and JVD sends it back, and North Dakota brings it the other way. They're on the move. Jackson Keene with the shot. Turned aside. Nice save there by Stayskow. Matt Kiersett weaves his way into the zone. He will try to take the long shot. Doesn't get through. Still on the puck. Looking for the wraparound. Centers in the high slot. There's a loose puck, but no one there to cash. Nick Swaney on it for Minnesota Duluth. He will send it in.
Third time in overtime between first and second, where the trailer on the rush for North Dakota has got a great look and a great A.
Here's Kobe Robb with that speed, trying to take it down the side. There's a quick shot. It doesn't get through. It's blocked. Another shot trying to get through, but once again, it won't get through. Jackson Cates having no luck there as North Dakota puts some bodies in front of him. Gabe Bass down the side. Whoa! Kaiser stands him up. Now behind the goal line. Darian Goetz sends it ahead to Bender. Bender will get a touch on it, and the puck continues on to the red line, but sent back in by Bast, or at least they tried to. And now it does get into the zone. And Wyatt Kaiser is on it for Minnesota Duluth. Nearly just over 6 minutes actually gone in this second overtime period. And here we go. Kaiser, long lead pass. It's broken up. It's back into North Dakota's end. The 215s are on it. Frisch right out in front. And North Dakota will turn it the other way, or Clevin tries to, but he gets the puck picked by him. This is Jesse Jacques, number 18. He's taking a look up top, trying to get it up to that blue line, and he does just that. Nick Swaney sends it back. Now it's down below with Kepke. Kepke jammed up along the boards. He's taken down. Swaney's in there for support. North Dakota trying to alleviate the pressure put on by Minnesota Duluth, and they do that. Reese Gaver bats it in. Fresh legs for North Dakota on the ice. Louis Rail, the ultimate captain, works his way out. Now at center ice. Backhand to the stick of Adam Shield, who's out to play it. Here comes North Dakota charging up the ice. Judd Caulfield, little pass to Shane Pinto, can't get it to go. Kiersted, though, he wires it to the side of the net. And Stayskow will do the safe thing, and he'll cover it up.
Blocking shots, those black and blue badges of courage, they really matter. North Dakota blocked a couple on the last shift. There's there's Sanderson blocking a shot. Here comes Gabe Bass coming down the wall. He gets nailed by Kaiser. Not a game for the faint of heart. A lot of shots blocked. Laderoute with a shot. He blocked it with the back of his leg. A couple of shifts ago, came off, didn't miss a shift.
North Dakota Working away here in Minnesota Duluth end. Quick little shot there by Jackson Keene, but it just hits the side of the net. Weatherby working behind the net against Lelig. Now it pops out. Gavin Haynes trying to get on it. JVD keeps it in. He's pinching way in.
North Dakota's got a lot of talented players. In overtime, in a one-shot game, the puck on Gavin Haynes' stick would scare me to the end of the earth.
Bernard Docker sends it around to Matt Kierstead as he was being bothered by Kobe Bender. And now it's on that stick of Gavin Haynes. Chips it up and in, down below the goal line. Minnesota Duluth will just keep that puck moving right back down to North Dakota's end. And they'll have a whistle and bring it back.
There are no more timeouts. You get a bonus if you've used your timeout and you go to overtime. Each team gets one back. That doesn't happen as you keep going. So each team used their timeout in the first overtime. That's it. No more timeouts added for the rest of the contest.
To the face-off in Minnesota Duluth end. Jesse Jocks up against Colin Adams. Tanner Ladder will help that puck along. Gets it out of his zone. Minnesota Duluth with the quick change. Poked away from Adams, and that would be Noah Cates, the captain for Minnesota Duluth, with the good stick. Kaiser will send it back, and now Kepke sends it over back to Kate. Oh, pardon me. It'll be Nick Swaney on that far side. Noah Cates battling along the board. Kepke with the backhand pass, shovels it towards Shield, but doesn't quite get on it. Here comes Kepke again. The pass bats the puck away from him.
Minnesota Duluth has been very sticksy. And what I mean by that is they've had sticks in lanes. They've poked a lot of pucks away. They've been good sticking on puck. And their back check pressure, they pickpocketed quite a few too. North Dakota's been better on the rush and been better layering their attack.
Tyler Clevin back to collect. He will send it around the boards to Jake Sanderson. That puck is popped up. And it will continue on. Carson Albrecht, number 13 for North Dakota out there. The extra forward tonight shows you what this double overtime is doing, getting more legs out there. Right in front, there's the shot. And that was by Harrison Blaisdell.
Was it Peter Klima in that third overtime for Edmonton against Boston, who hadn't played in 4 hours, who got that big goal? It's every time you see a player who hasn't played a ton show up in overtime, it always reminds me of the Klima goal.
Why not be the hero? Everybody loves a hero. Puck deep in North Dakota's end. Kierstead's first back on it. Sends it around the boards, working alongside of them. Down below the goal line, and Brendan Booty will just send that one out to neutral ice as these two teams continue to go back and forth halfway through the second overtime frame. Here we go, Quinn Olsen on the puck. He loses the handle. He tries to keep it in. Can't quite do it. Sends it across ice. And Hunter Lelig will gain control. Sends it back to Olsen. Olsen takes a look, back to Lelig. Shane Pinto keeping him company, and now he will head off for a change. Jackson Keene will replace him.
Last long overtime game I remember for Minnesota Duluth was the frozen face-off final against St. Cloud State, a game that they won 3-2 in double overtime.
Fast in on it, Kepke in on him, wires it around. It's going to go all the way down, and they'll give chase here for Keene, but he won't win the, oh, pardon me. Does just that. Look at the effort there. Here comes Noah Cates. He gains the zone. And once again, it's cleared out quickly. A lot of back and forth between these two teams. Here's Reese Gaber. Gains the line. Gaber now on his backhand, trying to wheel in. Sends it across the paint. No one's there for North Dakota.
Oh, what a play by Cates. What a play by Jackson Cates to tie up the stick of Haynes.
Kepke's in on it. He's being held up along the board as he continues to battle. Jordan Kawaguchi tries to send it across, intercepted pass. There's the shot, but Shield with the save.
We'll get a little maintenance here as we pass the 10-minute mark. We've had 4 goals in this game. They all came in the third period. First one, Colby Bender. Great little play on Hunter Lelig. Jackson Cates jumped in front of the net to tap that one in. That was early in period number 3. Shortly after that, Kepke blocked a shot and then went the distance to give them a 2-0 lead. And then all of a sudden, here comes North Dakota, 6-on-5. We get the extra attacker out there. Adams from behind the net. And then on a whiffed pass by Pinto, he meant to put that puck on goal, and it wound up finding the stick of Kawaguchi, and that tied the game up in the last minute, 2-2. And then in overtime, everybody thought we had a game winner, Kobe to Kobe, and the play was offside by a fraction, and I'm talking a fraction of an inch. They reviewed it, no goal. North Dakota had a little bit of a shaky shift the next one out there, and from that moment on, they have been good.
So we've got some big names on this scoring summary tonight, especially for North Dakota. You've got their leading point getter in Kawaguchi, and Adams comes in second to him. And then Jackson Cates is now tied for the scoring lead, and Cole Kepke leads them in goals for Minnesota Duluth. And this is what they are all playing for. They are looking to go to the Frozen Four in Pittsburgh. UMass advanced earlier today from the Bridgeport Regional, and they are waiting to see. I wonder if they're watching right now to see who they're going to play. So face off in North Dakota zone. Pinto against Jackson Cates, off the draw. Tyler Clevin has it, sends it ahead. The Minnesota Duluth keeps it in. Now around the boards. It exits the zone. Tyler Clevin will glove it down and sends it over to Ethan Frisch. Frisch with the lead pass up to Gaber. Gaber sends it into the end. And Lilig's taking a look behind his shoulder to see if he has company, and he does in Adams. But here comes Anderson. The senior for Minnesota Duluth just sends it ahead. Clevin now, the Ottawa Senators draft pick. Sends it across to Frisch. And Frisch, little pass up to Kawaguchi, but it's broken up by Jackson Cates. But both these teams still trying to look to establish some possession, and it's not going to be anything fancy here, Dave, as the clock continues to tick in overtime.
And neither one of these teams is waiting for the other team to make a mistake and jump on it. I mean, they are both going full throttle. They're both playing their game, and they have both stuck to their identity.
Jesse Jock's in hard on that. Kierstead, he comes away with the puck, and he will elect to lift it up and out. And I'll head right down to the goaltender, Stayscal, who will turn it aside. Shane Pinto on it behind the net. Rail on him. Continues to work. Now Kaiser's on it. Pinto continues to work away, as does Caulfield. It comes up to the point. Kierstead collects, settles it down, and sends it around the boards. Moving that up by Caulfield. The Minnesota Duluth skates away with it. Tanner Louderud gets it out, takes a tumble at the center line. We will have a stop and play.
UMD trying to make a change as the puck got chipped out. And it looks like Kaiser and Rail are going to come back on for this draw. Louderud was really trying to get off the ice. He got nailed. And it looks like he actually was going to be able to change, and he does.
So once again, we got all the top players for both teams out on the ice. Face off here in Minnesota Duluth end.
And there is the delay as everybody tries to buy extra time. Fix your glove, fix your skate.
Do what you can to catch your breath. Kawaguchi gloves it down, and he will just backhand that back in, but here comes Kepke. Kepke on the move. He takes the shot, it's just wide, and Swaney's over to collect. Swaney puts it down behind Shield. Kepke dishes it back out, and his pass is intercepted. Both teams just trying to create opportunities here.
And that should be outside the zone. So I think North Dakota chipped that off the glass just behind the Minnesota Duluth bench. You're noticing, and I probably should have told you this earlier, on the sweaters of Minnesota Duluth, on the front of their sweaters, you're seeing a number 17 in black. That 17 is in memory of former Bulldog and 1980 U.S. Olympian Mark Pavelich, who passed away tragically about a month ago. And they are wearing those patches in his memory.
Ethan Frisch skates it out. Look at a collision there between two North Dakota players.
Levin's coming off.
Frisch tries to center it, can't get it to go. Lele with the puck. He reverses it, but Weatherby with the turnover on the side of the net looks to be in the mesh, and they continue to jam away, so they'll blow it down. And Cates takes down Hayne.
Scrambly play behind the net. Lolik was on his backhand. He couldn't really make a good play up the ice. He wanted to turn around and get on a strong side, and it doesn't get where it wants to go. That puck was up on the net, and look how close that one was. UMD will change personnel every defensive zone draw. Every draw gets bigger, but every defensive zone draw gets that much bigger. And Jesse Jocks will come out and take this one for Minnesota Duluth.
Up against the freshman, Louis Jamernick from Calgary, Alberta. Up top now to Jacob Bernard-Decker. He sends it on net. And here comes Latteroot. Latteroot with some speed. He will chip and chase it in down below the goal line. Now the puck is loose for Harrison Blaisdell. Blaisdell on the move. Sends it up ahead. Can't quite gain control of it in Minnesota Duluth's end, but here's Carson Albrecht. Albrecht at the side of the net, now picked up by Jamernick. Popped out right in front. Minnesota Duluth trying to clear it. And now they will.
They look pretty fresh. Albrecht hasn't played a ton. Jamernick hasn't played a ton. They look fresh.
Here's Bass. Bass takes it. Long shot. Rebound right in front. But no one there to cash, and Minnesota Duluth will turn it the other way. And here comes Koepke. He's got Noah Cates with him and Sweeney. Ricochets around to the other side. Kaiser keeps it in. Bass is on it. Sends it ahead. Booty tries to clear the zone on his backhand. Now he'll get it to the forehand and flip it out. Carson Albrecht had 0 shifts in the first 4 periods, and he's had about 5 in this frame alone. So to your point, Dave, fresh legs, looking good.
North Dakota dressed 13 forwards and 6D, and Minnesota Duluth dressed 12 forwards and 7D, and they have used all 7 in the game.
4.5 to play here in the double overtime. Reese Gaber keeps it in the Minnesota Duluth end. Puck comes across now to Hunter Lele. Lele bangs it off the board and out, trying to get to Bender. And now this will be Jackson Cates. Jackson Cates shovels it aside to Bender. Bender down the wing. He's got Roth and Cates with him camping out. Now it's up at the top of the ice. The long shot doesn't get through the layers, but it will be kept in by Minnesota Duluth. This one's banged off the boards, and now it heads out. A bit of a foot race here. Reese Gaber's on it. Gaber's on it, takes the shot, but it's wide. Frisch will keep it in. He's taken down. No arm up, no penalty on the play. Gaber has it. Gaber making his move, continues to work. Lillard will collect the loose puck in his own end. Weatherby on him. And they'll go back into the zone, but it will be whistled down as offside.
North Dakota with a pretty good opportunity. They gain the zone. Bass has been really skating well. Throws one to the front of the net, not cleanly handled by Stejsko. You see the Schlemazel in front, and Minnesota Duluth is able to clear it. Both of these teams played an overtime game in the frozen face-off. Minnesota Duluth beat Western Michigan, and North Dakota beat Denver.
Kaiser slides it over to Rail, and he begins out. The defenseman gains the zone for Minnesota Duluth. He will take the long cross shot. Kaiser tries, but doesn't get a full piece of that. Keen's in a foot race with Kaiser. Kaiser's back to get it. Kaiser sends it across to Rail, and he will halt things down and send it back to Kaiser, who lifts it up, puts it right on the net to Shield. Pops out right in front of Shield as he bobbled it. Kierstead off his backhand, just puts it in front. Quinn Olsen is on it. He sends it down around the boards, trying to find the stick of Noah Cates, but Kierstead is on it. Now here's Weatherby. Weatherby will lift that up and out, and that's going to head all the way down. It'll be for icing, and we will bring this back to have a face-off in North Dakota zone.
I'll tell you what, you tell me if you agree with me or you don't. I don't think there's been a lot of mental mistakes been made by either team as this game's gone on. There have been a couple of physical ones where a guy might have gotten outworked, or you thought the puck was coming, so you slowed down a little bit, but I think both teams are putting pucks where they want and haven't really made that tragic mental error that's turned around against them badly.
Sweeney has it, trying to send it up top. Can't do that as they battle along the boards. Whistle on the play.
And a hand pass to North Dakota cannot change. Hand pass by them in their own end. There are a couple of different parameters where a team cannot make a line change. You shoot the puck out of the play from your own defensive zone, no change. Hand pass in the D zone, no change.
As these two teams continue to work, 2.5 here to play in the second overtime. Parents will just shovel that over, and Minnesota Duluth will get the puck out of their own end. Sanderson wheels around, and now he will begin out. Sanderson on the move, gains the zone. He's taking it in, tries to dangle. That he does just that, takes it in tight, gets the shot off at Stejskal, squeezes those pads together to keep his net clean. Carson Albrecht keeps it in at the line. Jammernick. And now we got Sanderson once again, takes the long shot, doesn't get through traffic. Jammernick to Sanderson, the one-timer, but it's wide. Bender on it for Minnesota Duluth, over to Kaiser, chips it up along the boards. Gabe Bass gets to it first, keeps it in. Jammernick now battling along the boards for it. Loose puck, and here comes Kobe Bender. Kobe Bender will just flip it up and out as Minnesota Duluth needs that change. North Dakota on the move. Jones has it for Minnesota Duluth. The senior defenseman will send it over to Rail. Pinto tried to put his body in it, but he couldn't do that, and they exit their zone. Now in neutral ice. Slid over to Cairns once again. And he bats it ahead. Jesse Jock sends it around the boards. Tanner Latterud is there. He meets the puck, but Shane Pinto also working away on it. Back behind Shield. Shield with his head and swivel. It's batted out of there and out of play.
That's pretty impressive. No change again for North Dakota. Difference in the NHL and the NCAA. In the NHL, you shoot the puck out of play in your own end. It's an automatic minor. In the NCAA, it is up to the discretion of the officials, and I use that extremely loosely. As to whether or not to make it a minor penalty, I haven't seen it in 6 years.
So here we are off the draw. Noah Cates is on it. Shane Pinto is on him. Puck is held in at the line. And now it exits the zone. We have less than a minute to play here in the second overtime period. Tied 2-2. Back and forth in neutral ice. Kawaguchi chips it in. He'll give chase. He's got Hunter Lelig there with him. They crash up against the board, and Gaber's in for support. Noah Cates is also there waiting for that loose puck, and he will try to get it, and he does. Backhands it out of the zone. Bernard Docker circles back for North Dakota. Sends it up ice. And we'll go back and forth. 20 seconds left in this period. Here comes Kawaguchi, the captain. Tries to skate it over the center line. His pass gets broken up. And Hunter Kaiser will just very calmly send it up to rail. Both teams looking not to make a mistake here at the end of this second overtime. That could cost them. So, the fourth longest game in NCAA tournament history. Is that what I'm hearing we're at right now? Well, studio, we're going to take a little bit of a break after 2 overtimes. We're going to send it back to Nabil Karim and the boys, and they can dissect this double overtime. We are still here at Shields Arena for the Fargo Regional Final between Minnesota Duluth and North Dakota, tied at 2 as we get set to head into the third overtime. Welcome everyone for hanging with us tonight for this incredible hockey game. I'm Leah Hextall alongside Dave Starman. And Dave, it has been end-to-end action throughout these 5 periods of play.
I think the pace has been really good. Both teams are pushing. It's not like they're waiting for the other one to make a mistake. They're going for it. And the goalies have been really good. And there's been some real good defensive play as well. This was early on in the second overtime. UMD really got a couple of real good chances. Bulldogs couldn't convert. As the period went on, North Dakota started to get a couple of good kicks, and the goaltenders have had to be very good and have been really impressed with how well each of them have tracked pucks through traffic.
So where do we stand? Right now we're at 100 minutes, but here are the longest games in NCAA tournament history. As you can see, St. Lawrence and Boston, the longest at 123 minutes and 53 seconds back in 2000.
Leah, in that game, somebody from Boston University got hurt in the third period. And as they were getting ready to go to, I think, the third or fourth overtime, Jack Parker, the head coach at BU, told the kid to get dressed again because they were going to need him. That's how long that game went.
And you know what? I know Jack Parker, and I can absolutely see that coach doing that.
Absolutely.
Saying, hey.
And that low voice, hey, do you mind getting dressed?
I don't think he'd say, would you mind? I think he'd be like, you're getting dressed, you're getting out there. All right, so away we go here. 46 shots for North Dakota, 37 for Minnesota Duluth. And here comes North Dakota. Quick little shot there, but it's broken up. Kierstead's on it. Down below the goal line, and Lou Rail will just softly pass it around the boards, but it's kept in there as it was met up. Noah Cates begins to skate it out. Up to Cole Koepke. Koepke sends it in. Sorry, go ahead, Dave. No, go ahead, sir.
Between periods, players rehydrating, Gatorade, water, some oranges, maybe a Cliff Bar or Kind Bar kind of thing, Power Bar. Just trying to get some energy back. A lot of them might have been laying down flat with their legs up just to get the lactic acid to move around, prevent from cramping.
Here comes Bender down the wing. He tries to throw it in front, but can't quite get it. Back to Kobe Roth. He sends it across ice, and North Dakota's stick is on it. Here comes Jake Sanderson, the defenseman, wheeling his way in. He's down below the goal line, takes a look to see what's out front. Wraps it around all the way back up to the blue line. Now in the high slot, he takes the shot, but it's high. Kobe Roth on it for Minnesota Duluth, but he has company there, and the puck is stripped away from here. There's a little nifty move, but Shane Pinto couldn't quite get the shot off as he was tied up, but he recollects the puck. Just out of his reach now, and it's chipped out by Bender.
Long change again this period as we're in an even-numbered period.
Jacob Nardocker, high, hits the glass, whistle on the play.
You got to be careful with hope plays in overtime. This is what we're talking about with the mental mistakes. You start to see the fatigue wearing on players. Shifts are going to get shorter. We talked about chips to space. You put a puck where you might normally put it for a guy to race into it. That extra step isn't there. And the last thing you want to do is make a play you think might work, which gets a lot harder as mentally you get more worn down.
So off the draw, it's won by Weatherby, and now it's sent down around the boards. Weatherby will collect it. He sends it cross ice. Levin was going to go and pinching for it. Now he collects it. Sends it around.
Bulldogs play with fire here a little bit. They've had 3 chances for just good clears and haven't gotten any out. Gotta be careful.
Tyler Clevin keeps it in there. Working away along the boards. Gavin Hayne with a long shot, but it's blocked in front and doesn't even get to Zach Stayskal. Now up at the point. Send down low. Taking a look, fires it across ice, but did manage just to skate through the paint of Stayskal. Both teams will get some new legs out on the ice. Tyler Clevin with it, bangs it off the board, gets it to neutral territory. And now there's Cole Koepke with a little pass to Nick Swaney. Swaney takes the shot, but it's redirected in front and away from the net. Harrison Blaisdell will collect for North Dakota as they get it out of their own end. And now they move. Harrison Blaisdell tries to connect, but Louis Jamanek with the quick shot and Stayskal with the save.
Well, so far, we've had one team get through to Pittsburgh. That is University of Massachusetts Minutemen. Congratulations to Greg Carvel, Ben Barr, Jared DeMichael, and their staff as they reach their second consecutive Frozen Four. And what a job Greg Carvel has done. The day he took over, he wrote the words "UMass" on the board in the locker room. They haven't taken it down since, and it's redefined their program.
Matt Cairns, the senior, has it behind his own net. He will skate it out as he is being chased by Reese Gaber. Shoveled into North Dakota's end, and there will be a whistle on the play, and we'll bring it back.
Face-off's always a factor, and North Dakota has had a couple players put up some impressive numbers. Pinto is 16 for 25, Weatherby is 19 for 27, and Adams is 17 for 32. Noah Cates in this game has taken 42 faceoffs.
Colin Adams just in the dot there. He doesn't win that faceoff draw. And Cairns will send that a long lead pass up to Cody Roth, but whistled down.
There's the fatigue factor right there. Roth normally would put himself about a foot and a half, little cushion off the blue line, so that when that puck comes in and he picks it up, he's got a little cushion to skate into it. When the legs get a little heavy, it's harder to put the brakes on and slow yourself down.
So we'll have our third straight face-off in the Minnesota Duluth zone.
Third face-off for Jackson Cates.
Fast with the one-timer, gets held up in front of Stayskow. Battling along in the corner, Shane Pinto's trying to get on it, trying to get something going and win that battle. Continues to work away, and he does just that. Now it pops out to Pinto. Pinto still along the board, rail in on him. Pinto gets knocked down, puck pops loose. Kaiser gets a little bit of some wood on it, and it rolls around to Bender. Now North Dakota takes over in the zone. Bass tries to get the shot, but it's blocked by Bender, and here's the quick up. And here comes Jackson Cates. Jackson Cates on the move, spins around, sends it in front to Roth, but that shot is wide. North Dakota now the other way. This is Brendan Booty. Brendan Booty gains his own, takes the shot. Stayskow turns it aside. Almost 5 minutes gone in this third overtime. Jasper Weatherby at the red line. He halts it down, sends it back down to Stayskow, who will elect to cover.
UMD with a good opportunity. I like the play. There's a skill to taking a situation where you don't have numbers and trying to create some. Cates slowed down a little bit to allow some support to come in, so it went from 1-on-3 into a 2-on-4, but at the very least he got some extra help, a little spinorama, and a shifty little pass, which results in a shot.
There's the quick shot, but it's high. Comes out of the end and bounces off the boards and heads all the way down for Ethan Frisch in North Dakota's end. Back over to Clevin. Clevin sends it ahead up to Jackson Keene. The senior sends the puck down safely into Minnesota Duluth's end so new bodies can get back out on the ice. Here's Tanner Latteroot. Latteroot will ring it around the boards, and Shield will come out with a touch to hold it up for Jacob Bernard-Dockert. Back up top to number 13 on your screen, Carson Albrecht. Gavin Hain on the move. His shot is deflected, though, into the mesh.
When we were in the pod in Omaha, there was an outdoor courtyard. Gavin Hain, there was a ice tub that North Dakota had out there. I was in their hotel. It had snowed the day before, and Hain had got a little banged up in his game. Hain loaded up this tub with cold water and ice, and in 38-degree weather took an ice bath in the courtyard to help his body recover from a game from the day before so he could be ready. You get a kid like that in your team, that shows a lot of heart. I was amazed to see it.
Kierstead at the point. He keeps it in, but Nick Swaney's all over the puck now, tries to send it across, and Kaiser will collect. Kaiser gets taken down. He sends it down below the goal line. Jacob Bernard-Dockert has it along the board. Louis Jaminek skates out with it. He sends it ahead, and Aubrey gets a little touch on it, drops his stick, and he's going to skate off. Minnesota Duluth collecting. Hunter Lelig behind his own net, and they will set this one up with time.
Smart, patient player. His junior coach in Waterloo with the Blackhawks, PK O'Hanley, said to me, when this kid's done playing, he's going to be a tremendous coach.
Bender with some speed, gets it through the neutral zone, will chip and chase it in. Bernard-Dockert's in on it first, but he loses his footing. Reese Gaber battling along the board against Jackson Cates. Up top to the point. Here it is for Rail. Rail sends it down low. Roth puts a little bit of stick on it, but then here comes Bernard-Dockert. He's taking a look up ice, and he will take a moment. Hits up Jordan Kawaguchi. Skate to stick. Kawaguchi moving in. Sends it down to Shane Pinto. Pinto now back up top. Fast with the shot just wide. North Dakota will continue to work. Puck pops loose, batting away at it. These two teams continue to work away here in this third overtime. Minnesota Duluth trying to clear the zone as North Dakota continues to put on pressure. Here comes Louis Rail, looking to skate it out, but he's got company. He does, though, and Laderoute will just give it a nice chip into North Dakota's end to relieve the pressure. And here comes North Dakota the other way. They've got some numbers. There's the shot off the iron. Oh, that was a close one. Pinto.
Well, we're going to put the game on anybody's stick and feel good about it. Shane Pinto would be a guy you'd want it on. He gets right where he wants to be and hits the short side iron. He puts in a spot where the goaltender absolutely cannot get their glove up quickly enough just because of the natural motion of the arm. He knew exactly where he wanted to put the puck. He used the eyes of the puck, and he almost found Pater.
Matt Anderson will rip this one out of his end. Ethan Frisch gives chase back into his own end. He's on him. Plays the puck up ahead. And now here comes Jackson Keene. Jackson Keene halts up, takes a look, tries to take the shot. The Goats gets in the way of it. Lifted up and out. Ethan Frisch with a solid effort, though. Tried to sell it.
Yep, hand pass back in, and that'll bring the face-off outside. Minnesota Duluth has been down to 6 defensemen for a while. In the last period, I erroneously said they've been using 7. But Connor Kelly hasn't been back in a while since taking a hit in period number 3. Might have been the first overtime, so they have been going with 6.
Yeah, we haven't, sorry, Dave, we haven't seen number 16, Grant Mishmash, out here for North Dakota as well. He has been absent. There's a quick shot. Stejskal with the save. Toby Roth trying to dance his way in. And our Docker back on it. Up to Albrecht. He takes in his skates, but it's stripped away from him. And our Docker once again on it as he tries to wheel it around, puck alongside the board. Chipping away at it in North Dakota's end. Jackson Cates lifts the puck up. And here comes Kiersted. Kiersted on the move, tries to dangle through, going crashing to the net. He's still got control of the puck, and look at that angle shot as it slides through the paint of Stejskal. What an effort by Kiersted.
And I love the mentality of North Dakota. Anything dead angle, put it low to the feet of the goalie.
The defenseman Gabe Bast, well below the goal line. He drops it off. And here comes Sanderson. Sanderson with a long shot. Stejskal with the save. So this is what's coming up tomorrow. The Albany Regional will be at 5:30 Eastern between St. Cloud and Boston College, and then Minnesota and Omaha. And who's up right now? Somebody give me that knowledge. Minnesota's up 7-2 over Omaha in the Loveland Regional. Thank you very much. Haven't had a chance to watch that game because ours is still going on. So the puck working away here in Minnesota Duluth's end, and now we've got a foot race back for it. Sanderson is on it. He turns around, taking a look up ice. He just send it ahead, and he jumps off to get a change.
I know we're in the 6th period, and guys are a little tired, but Sanderson winning a foot race against Laderoute, that's pretty impressive. I mean, Laderoute is quick, and Sanderson has been terrific. Through 5 periods and change, he's got 8 blocked shots now. He has taken a bucket full of shots in this game. I mean, he has just been terrific. Sanderson has got 4 shots in the game. He's blocked 8.
The Ottawa Senators draft pick that Sanderson, 5th overall in 2020. Clevin picks it up, loses it. There's the quick shot, turned aside by Stejskal, hits the mesh, so it'll be whistled down.
And when you draft,
quick shot there.
Yeah, when you draft a guy like Sanderson, I think he could be a guy like Brian Leach, and he winds up putting up shot block numbers like he's Ken Danico. You know, that's a good thing. And Sanderson, this entire year, from the 2 games in the pod straight to the World Juniors, and then coming back here, has just made rapid improvements.
Clevin sends it down below the goal line. It'll be found by Caulfield. He reverses it back. Shane Pinto takes a whack at it, and it leaves Minnesota Duluth's end. Frisch, though, in his own end, sends it back up to Caulfield at the red line. The puck just went off Noah Cates. Not worse for wear, though. He'll just send it ahead. Bernard Docker with Koepke watching him, but Koepke will go off for a change. Sends the lead pass ahead, and Keene gets a stick on it, but we're back to neutral territory. Just for a moment there as Clevin works its way in. Kane now on it, bumps up against Minnesota Duluth's player, and here comes Bender. Bender gets rubbed out, and North Dakota and Bernard Docker will take that puck and go over to Weatherby. Weatherby across ice to Clevin, hits him cleanly. Clevin gains the zone, takes a look, decides to just roll it around the boards, and it'll head out back into North Dakota's end.
Bernard Docker with the curl back there, and it allowed North Dakota to make a full change.
Hunter Lelig in on it for Minnesota Duluth. Louis Jammernick in on him, tying him up along the boards. It pops out. These two teams continue to battle for that puck. Get the biscuit, and you get a chance. Up top to Kierstead. He slides it over. There's the long shot just off the mark. Roth will send it around. And the puck will pop out of the zone. And here's Tanner Latteroo. Latteroo, 2-on-1 developing. Latteroo sends it over to Roth, but he can't get the shot off as Gabe Bass is there with the defensive play.
In overtime, there is no such thing as a bad shot. And I really believe you got to put that puck on goal. I know the play he was trying to make, but you got to get those pucks on goal. Let your winger crash. He's got open space. He's got a nice lane to the net. He's got Shield leaning a little bit, thinking, should he move? What's Latteroo going to do? If Latteroo puts the puck on his hip, he probably frees his Shield a little bit more. Tries to make a pass, and they don't get a scoring chance out of it at all.
Up top, long shot doesn't get through as it's blocked. Goats on it for Minnesota Duluth will just fire it in around the board. Nick Swaney's there to meet it. Quick little shot, not a bad idea, as Dave was just saying, shoot from everywhere. Swaney working alongside the board, and now it pops out to Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi pokes it ahead. Goats is back on it. Matt Cairns, long lead pass up to Swaney. Swaney shovels it into North Dakota's end, and Sanderson's back on it. Behind his own net. Nearly 12 minutes gone in this third overtime. North Dakota with 52 shots on net. Minnesota Duluth, 38. Kaiser sends it up. It's batted out of Minnesota Duluth's end. And these two teams continue to go back and forth as Gabriel will just send it down. Neutral ice, and skating in is Jackson Cates. He takes a long shot, and Shield will glove it down, and that's the first touch for Shield in a bit.
And out come the shovels. We get the ice cleared, and we'll take a look at what has happened in this game so far. This game was scoreless going to the third, and it was a classic shaping up even back then. Kobe Bender won a race, got a puck back to the point. Hunter Lelig ripped one to the front of the net. Jackson Cates got a stick on it. 1-0 Bulldogs. Then shortly after that, Kepke blocked his shot, took it the rest of the way. 2-0 Minnesota Duluth. They were really in control of this game. North Dakota pulled the goaltender with about 2.5 minutes to go. They get an extra tackle one there from Adams behind, and then Kawaguchi finishes off that play to tie the game up at 2-2. Then we go to overtime, and in the overtime, Bulldog Nation thinks it's game, set, match. Kobe to Kobe. And in reviewing the play, they were about 1/8 of an inch offsides. And the hopes of unfinished business for both of these teams.
And so, Dave, this is where we stand. This game between Minnesota Duluth and North Dakota is now the second longest in NCAA tournament history at 112 minutes and 3 seconds.
And with the way these two teams are playing, first of all, they look like they could go all night. They're both executing. Each team taking its foot off the gas a little just because of fatigue, but neither one of them is sitting back.
That they are not. Off the draw, Kaiser, he takes a slap at it, but it's blocked by Booty. Rail comes in for it, pinches in, tries to keep it in the zone, and that he does. And now Jesse Jocks will send it around the boards. Tanner Latteroo is in on it. Working alongside, he skates it out, but Bernard Docker takes control. Bernard Docker, the Pittsburgh Penguins draft pick, showing great poise in this hockey game. Blue rail, long lead pass up ahead. That'll go to Jesse Jocks. And now, here's UND taking over. Jackson Keene has it on his stick. He has Gavin Hayne with him and Weatherby. Weatherby with a shot, but it's deflected into the mesh.
North Dakota, another good rush and some layers. Hayne and, that was kind of cool. Hayne and Stejskal exchange a little hello as Hayne goes through, tapping each other on the pads.
Let me fix my mistake there. Bernard Docker is one of those 4 Ottawa Senators draft picks on UND. It's Judd Caulfield that's the Pittsburgh Penguins draft pick. I'm starting to confuse my draft picks. There's 12 of them on UND, and we're in triple overtime, but that's no excuse.
Your cousin probably called you and said, really? We got him too?
Yeah, and he'd be lucky to have him. Here's that shot around the boards. Jackson Keene working away. His shot, though, is lifted up and hits the mesh yet again.
And for those who might not understand the inside joke here, my partner is Leah Hextall. Her cousin is Ron Hextall, the current general manager of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
And his son, Brett Hextall, who's a former UND alum, is here tonight. And I had a chance to visit with him before, so there's a lot of green in this crowd. 25% capacity here in Fargo, and I have to say they are all on their feet, including the wonderful Minnesota Duluth fans as well. So you got to give it to the fans here tonight as they watch this game that's now in triple overtime.
And the nervous energy in the building is the same as it was when overtime started. And I mean the first one.
That's for me as well, Dave, if that makes any difference. So now Sanderson has the puck, and he will send it ahead to Louis Jamernick. The freshman is on it. He's got some gas to Harrison Blaisdell, but that shot doesn't get through as the leg puts his body in front of it. Jackson Cates. He takes a look. He sends it ahead to Bender. Bender gains the zone. Bender wheels around. He sends it across ice, a little out of the reach for Roth, but now up to Cairns. Cairns with a long shot, and Shield turns it aside with a kick save. Now down in the corner, Bender. He's tied up. Tries to pop out the puck. That he does to Roth. But away we go as Sanderson skates it out. Sanderson continues to work his way in. Tries to drop it back for Blaisdell, but that pass doesn't work. And here comes Roth the other way. Roth tries to get the shot off that's in the skates of JBD, and now he sends it across. Nick Swaney's on it. There's Noah Cates. Noah Cates in the high slot, but another blocked shot by North Dakota. Puck right out in front, pops loose. Someone's trying to gain control of it here. Noah Cates working away, but Kawaguchi wins the battle. Puck is lifted up and down into Minnesota Duluth end so they can get some fresh legs on the ice.
And where you're seeing a little bit of the fatigue factor now is guys taking that extra second to get pucks teed up for shots. If it's not clean on their stick, they're having to readjust, which means digging in on their legs a little bit more.
We have a foot race here as Kepke goes in with Bernard Docker in for support. It's Clevin. And here comes Gaber now as well. Shane Pinto puts it on his stick. Pinto, he's off and running. He's got Booty with him. Pinto trying to work his way around and get the backhand off, but Jesse Jocks gets in front of it. Little backhand back down for Adam Shield to come out and stop up. There's Caulfield. Judd Caulfield in front of his own net. Sends it back down to Clevin, and Clevin will go D-to-D as he sends it to Bast. And now that puck is down below the goal line in Minnesota Duluth end. Kaiser's in on it. But there's the turnover.
Oh, great stick by Stejskal. That's a game saver. Poke check by Stejskal. What a play.
Helping himself out, helping his own cause. Puck up now to the red line. They continue to work away on it. Luke Lowhite. Here comes Roth. Roth once again trying to utilize that speed to get around Bass, but he can't. And we'll have a whistle on the play.
The ice here has really held up well. 2 years ago in Fargo, the ice was a little messy. The ice has been terrific. It's been a little shaky in some other regionals, but here, Eric Martinson from the University of North Dakota, they brought in Corey Portman from St. Cloud State. He's their ice guy. He came in to help out in the pod in Omaha when this first started up for the NCHC. They brought him in here. They put the ice in a week ago as opposed to only a couple of days ago. There are a couple of games played on it last week. Teams have been skating on it. The ice is cured. There's a little bloop off the face-off. And these two teams have been treated to a terrific ice surface thanks to some advanced thinking and the magical work of the St. Cloud staff that has come in here to help out.
So Minnesota defeated Omaha by a score of 7-2, and they will face off now against Minnesota State in that regional final. We might still be playing. That's what I've decided by the time that one goes. Right in front, there's a quick shot. Stacewell with the save. And the puck lifted up, now along the boards. It'll be hammered in by Kiersted. Moving along the boards here, 3.5 to play in the third overtime. As the Fargo Regional Final tied at 2. Stacewell will stop that puck up. Sends it over to Cairns. Noah Cates will collect and tries to skate it out, but it's stopped. Reese Gaber sends it across for Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi taking a look to see what he's got, perhaps in the center of the ice in front of Stacewell. Nothing there to go, though. Cates bats it off the glass and into the zone, and here comes Nick Swaney. Takes the angle shot, and a little bit of a bobble there by Ryan Shield, but he covers.
Oh. What a stop by Shield. Shield bobbled that one, but he stayed with it. He's tracked the puck very well. Here's an opportunity for North Dakota, and Jackson Keene sets up a real good play, and Weatherby with a good jam. And I'll tell you what, Stacewell has been terrific down low. They're trying, and he has been really good getting the wickets closed. Terrific with the knees. He's been good with his stick.
Canada Louderroot wheeling around. Puck behind Shield. Now works its way up top. Riley sends it cross ice to Anderson. There's the long shot in front, but Clevin will get his stick on it and skates it out. Here comes North Dakota the other way. Little chip and chase with Clevin. Clevin's in there. Booty right in front, but the pass can't get to his stick. And here comes Minnesota Duluth. Quinn Olsen will shovel that one in, and he'll go off for a change.
UMD's shift was about 18 seconds. It was offensive zone, back check, get across the line, get it in, and get off. And that is smart, disciplined shift intensity.
So Shane Pinto weaving his way in here. He's on his backhand, tries to get to his forehand. He's taken down, but Matt Kiersted has the puck. Matt Kiersted takes the shot from the angle. And that puck will be cleared. It's gloved down by Kiersted, and he just bats it in, but actually he bats it right out of play. Look sharp, fans.
All game long, Brad Berry and his group have been really shooting from a lot of dead angles. And what I mean by dead angles is below the face-off dots, outside the dots, along the goal line, even low from the corner, step out, throw it towards the feet of the goalie, the pads of the goalie.
Dave, can't we give this guy his moment here? Number 3, apparently, with the mask. The good catch on the puck. Well done, sir. Making saves all over the place, not only on the ice, but off of it. So 2 minutes left to play in this third overtime. Gavin Hain behind the net. He's got Kaiser on him. Weatherby's also there to battle, as is Noah Cates. Weatherby working along the board. Hain in there for support. There's the puck. Cates grabs it, sends it out of the zone, but it'll be sent right back in. Louis Rail taking a look up ice. He skates it, gains the red. And he'll shovel it off the boards and into North Dakota's end, where they will take over. Matt Cairns back for it behind his own net.
Okay.
Reese Gaber keeping an eye on him. Minnesota Duluth has who they would like after that change on the ice. And Cairns begins out. Sends it up. And here comes Jesse Jocks. And we have a stop and play.
UMD is a team that, as I alluded to earlier in the game, very early, hours ago, that likes to play in the outside lanes. And I think for them, it has really benefited them through parts of this overtime. They have done a very good job of, if they don't have a real good play, of making a real safe play. And they've been able to keep the puck outside the dots in an area where North Dakota can't transition very quickly.
So we are nearing the 100 shot mark in this game. The Century Club, that would be. Around the boards, up to the red line. Bernard Docker skating backwards into his own end. D to Sanderson. Sanderson with the pass up to Shane Pinto. Pinto on the move, on his backhand, continues to work in, tries to get the shot off. And he's throwing his hands up as he seemed to get mugged.
Kid is strong as an ox.
There's Pinto again, but the shot is deflected in front. Goat sends it over to Cairns. He puts it up ice. Jackson Cates gets the small stick on it, but he will come off to change. And now Gavin Hayne. A little up there to Weatherby. Weatherby gains his own, takes the long shot. It's high, it's on top of the net on the mesh. Oh! What an assist there by the mesh for Stejskal.
And what you're seeing inside the jersey of Stejskal is his heart still pumping. Whoa, did that not miss? This has been the ultimate game of inches. There have been a couple of shots that have gone wide by an inch. You had an offside that killed an overtime goal by an inch. And this one by an inch. Huh.
So dying seconds. Another whistle though.
They'll reset the clock here. The clock was, it's now down to 3. It was a
5-something.
Yeah. So they'll double check as to when the clock was stopped before that last puck was dropped. This will be the 50th face-off in the game for Noah Cates. He's won 17 of them. That's 21 in dark.
Up against Adams, and that will be shoveled out into the North Dakota end, and with that, time will tick down. And period 6 is in the books here at the Fargo Regional. Take a breath, everyone. It's still 2-2. So, after the break, our studio crew will take over for the NCAA Hockey Intermission Reports. After 6 periods of play, we'll hear what they have to say. We are back at Shields Arena for quadruple overtime, 2-2 between Minnesota Duluth and North Dakota here at the Fargo Regional Final. Well, I'm Leah Hextall. That's Dave Starman. We're still here, and there has been 97 shots tonight, Dave. These tenders have been busy.
They certainly have, and you know what? They've been really, really good. And at times lucky, but sometimes you have to be lucky to be good as well. And the one thing that has not vanished is their ability to track pucks. They have been really smart with that. Shield has been excellent. Love the way he's played low. He has been out and challenging. He's an aggressive goalie. He's an athletic goalie. Gave up a couple early in the third period and has rebounded very, very well and is making life much easier for his defenseman. You start to get late in these overtimes, the last thing you want is a whole lot of battles and grinding in front of the net, and he has done his defenseman a world of good. Zach Stejskal, a rookie from the University of Minnesota Duluth boys, he's been terrific all night long, with the exception of that little clunker from behind the net that made it 2-1. He has stared down some big-time shots. That was the save of the night, in my opinion. And then this one, by inches, kept this game going. Both goaltenders have been extremely competitive, and neither one of them has compromised their style in overtime.
And there are the shots, as I mentioned, 97, doing that quick math, and both goaltenders have been excellent tonight, both only allowing 2 goals in this game. Whew. All right, well, we are getting set here for the 4th overtime. The 2 teams are about to take the ice here at Shields Arena. And they're going to be looking to, as you said, Dave, play smart hockey as fatigue sets in.
Now you're at the point where the first 5 minutes, every shot, take it, throw somebody in front of the net, create traffic and screen, whatever you have to do, try to get this game over in the first 5 minutes, because then after that, the fatigue is going to start in again. You're a little fresh now. You've just had an 18-minute break, probably rehydrated, Gatorade, Powerade, whatever. Sports drinks, a little sugar, some fruit, maybe a power bar or some kind of natural bar, whatever the case is. You've been able to gain some energy back. But those who played for a lot of minutes, that's not going to last very long as you get into the overtime.
And we are in the fourth overtime, and this is where we stand. The Minnesota Duluth and North Dakota final here. The regional final is at 120 minutes, the second longest game in NCAA tournament history. 3 minutes and 53 seconds away from tying that record.
By the way, got a text from Steve Levy. There's a guy that knows something about long overtime games on ESPN. Sitting around, watching the game at home. He has certainly done this. He has called the longest game in NHL overtime history, 5 OTs.
And away we go here in the fourth overtime. Fresh new sheet of ice, and Reese Gaber tries to send it ahead, but it's batted back, and here comes Cole Koepke down the wing. Koepke takes the shot. It's deflected, goes high. Now it's down below the goal line. Matt Kierstead taking a look over his shoulder to see who he has company with. In a white and green sweater as they move it up. Adams takes it in. Joe Caulfield wheeling around the net, taking a look.
First
Pardon
shift.
Kawaguchi that way.
Sorry, the first shift for the UMD defense, Bulldog defenseman, changed to 22 seconds.
And here come the Bulldogs the other way. This would be Bender. Kobe Bender from the high slot takes the shot. There's the rebound. The North Dakota will take control, and Shane Pinto will try to exit the puck out of his zone, and that he did, which means Minnesota Duluth will have to do the same.
I might have touched that puck to stop it instead of allowing North Dakota to get on their horses and go.
Jake Sanderson with the angle shot, pops out, the rebound in front. Puck is still loose and in play. Tanner Laverute in between his skates. He sends it ahead. Wheels around the board at North Dakota's end, and Sanderson's bumped up there, but he meets the puck. Right in front, there's the shot to the glove of Shield. Jesse Jocks with a quick little shot. Adam Shield with the save.
Jesse Jocks has just become that perfect third line center. He's got grind, he's got a little offense to him. Bender come in with a good chance. Jocks had a good shift on the last one. And here comes Jocks walking off the line to do it. He's got really good hockey IQ, good on the dots, and he's continuing his consistency as the year goes on. A good buddy of Minnesota State's overtime hero, Ryan Sandlin. They played together a lot as kids, and that's how Scott Sandlin got tuned into Jesse Jocks.
Long shot into North Dakota's end as it rattles off the board and finds itself along the boards. On the other side, and there's Ethan Frisch over to Kierstead. He shovels it around, and Gavin Hain tries to collect it on his stick, and now does. Gains his own, works his way in, shovels it over for Weatherby. Jasper Weatherby loses the handle, though, and here comes Minnesota Duluth the other way. Nick Swaney holds up. Here's Koepke. Koepke takes the shot, doesn't get through. Harrison Blaisdell picks up the puck for North Dakota. Small little pass over to Kierstead. Kierstead takes the shot, but it's just wide. Harrison Blaisdell, number 8, back to get it over to Jasper Weatherby. Weatherby sends it ahead for Tyler Clevin as he and Jacob Bernard Docker come on the ice for the North Dakota defense. They will settle in and begin out. Here comes Clevin. Clevin over the line, over the red, dumps it in. Harrison Blaisdell along the board, can't handle the puck. It gets stripped away from him. Now it's loose, but it's still in control. Here's Bernard Docker with the shot, and Stejskal will hold on.
Bernard Docker wheels the puck out wide. Stejskal's got to come out and make a good stop. And when I was talking to Brent Nicklin, the goaltending coach for the University of Minnesota Duluth, one thing he really liked about Stejskal was how aggressive he plays. Then what they're working with him on is being a big guy and not being out as far, letting his size do some of the hard work so that he doesn't have to worry about the acrobatic backdoor save, a couple of which he's had to make tonight. They really like his upside.
Quick whistle on the play as it's covered. We'll do that face-off again.
Ryan Fanti started the season for the Bulldogs, played the first few games in the pod. Stejskal got sprinkled in, and as the season went on, Stejskal got his opportunity.
Kawaguchi sends it across to Sanderson. He takes the shot, hits the boards, comes back up to the top to the point. Bass is on it. Bass with a long shot, redirect in front. There's the rebound. Kawaguchi's on it. Stejskal's out of his net. He will get repositioned now. Colin Adams is on it. He sends it down low below the goal line. Kawaguchi is tied up. He has support in there by Reese Gaber. Back up to the point. Sanderson, long shot. just gets turned aside.
That might have touched iron somewhere.
And here we have a whistle on the play, and North Dakota is suggesting that it's going to go back down to Minnesota Duluth's end.
Out to the point, Bass. I love the way Gabe Bass has played tonight. He throws a puck to the front of the net. Gaber's there fighting with Hunter Leland for positioning. Stejskal got caught out a little bit. Body wandered, mind wandered a little bit on him. That's probably something you try to jump on if you can, instead of poking back into a dangerous spot.
Off the draw, up to Frisch. There's the blast, but it's wide. Stejskal got a little bit of his blocker on it. Frisch over to Kierstead, now back in their own end. 3.5 played in this fourth overtime. Matt Cairns sends it up ice. It's batted into North Dakota's end, and Frisch is back on it. He'll take a look and wheels around behind his goaltender, drops it back for Kierstead. Kierstead looking up ice, but a little pass to Judd Caulfield, and he begins to wheel in, gains the zone, tries to get through a lot of brown sweaters, but can't quite. And with that, we are now the longest game in NCAA tournament history. Minnesota Duluth, North Dakota, the Fargo Regional Final is now number 1.
This is a group that hasn't been on the ice a whole lot tonight for UMD. Beyond hasn't been out in a bit. Billmock hasn't been out in a bit. And they sneak in a quick shift here. So you know legs are starting to get tight, feet are starting to get heavy as the Bulldogs start to use a little bit more of the end of their bench. And if those guys can start to eat some minutes, that'll be a good thing for the Bulldogs. Keep their big guns fresh.
So we're at 124 minutes and 14 seconds right now. Fourth overtime. Sanderson's in on it. Now he brings it back up to the blue line, middle of the ice. He's taking a look, waiting for layers to develop in front. Tries to hit Weatherby. It pops out. And here comes Cole Koepke. Koepke on the move, using that speed of his. He cuts across. He sends it over. There's the long shot, and Shield will make the save on Nick Swaney.
When it comes to getting some opportunities, North Dakota's had the better of them in terms of a first look and a second look for the Bulldogs over the last bit. Late third overtime, early fourth. There's been a lot of one and dones. And a lot of that is to the credit of Shield, who's held on to just about everything.
Todd Barry seems to have a question here.
Looks like one of the...
Oh, is there something wrong with the goalie equipment for Stejskal?
I don't know if it's the equipment or if he's cramping.
Oh,
he might be cramping. Fanty's starting to stretch.
Jeez.
So Fanty's starting to get loose. And the big boy Stejskal.
So how long do they have here, Dave? Because would it be a delay of game at some point, or how long do they have in this situation? Well, there's the answer.
You got about a minute or two to address. Yeah, he is totally cramped up.
So Ryan Fanty is coming in to this hockey game in the fourth overtime as Stejskal has cramped up. And you would have to think that North Dakota is thinking in their brains right now, win this draw, get that puck down ice, and get some rubber on that net quickly with the goaltender.
Shoot hard, shoot high, and shoot often.
So here we go, face-off in North Dakota's end. Ryan Fanty has entered the game for Minnesota Duluth. Colin Adams has the puck on a stick. North Dakota starts to make their way out, but it's a turnover in their own end by Roth, and Kobe Roth gets off the shot, and Shield turns it aside. Now back up top. Over to Anderson. Anderson winds, fires, it's right in front, pops out, but no one's there to cash on it. These two teams battling away in North Dakota's end, and now it's out into neutral territory. Jackson Cates sends it across ice. Sends it to Bender, but Bender loses the handle, and Bernard Docker is back to collect. Minnesota Duluth will get their change. Jordan Kawaguchi chips it in. Carson Albrecht is in on that, and he has goats on him. Two players come in for support on both teams. Louis Jaminek sends it up top. Ethan Frisch, it eludes his stick, and they will have to exit the zone. 5.5 played in this fourth overtime, tied at 2. The Fargo Regional Final. Let's remember what's on the line here. It's a ticket to Pittsburgh for the Frozen Four. Minnesota Duluth, the two-time defending national champions. Here comes Louis Jaranek trying to cut in, but he can't get it to go. Well, North Dakota is the top team in the nation and the #1 seed here in Fargo. Long shots. Bang on the boards. A little bit of physicality here, and Louis Jaranek is on the move. He gains the zone, skates in, takes the long shot. It's wide.
Jaranek looks like he could skate all night.
The freshman from Calgary, Alberta. There's Gabe Bast, and he will send it over to Sanderson. Sanderson skates it, little drop pass to Booty. Booty sends it around the net. Sanderson's way down low, the defenseman working away against two brown sweaters, and now it pops up to Caulfield. Both teams working alongside the boards.
Spare line for UMD on the ice again. They're fresh lines out against the second line of North Dakota.
So here we are, and we have some action that will continue on in the NCAA tournament here. And St. Cloud will take on Boston College in the Albany Regional Final, and then Minnesota State versus Minnesota. Now that's a play-by-play's nightmare. I'm going to tell you that right now.
By the way, so UMD's still alive, Minnesota State's still alive, Minnesota's still alive, St. Cloud's still alive.
Sweeney knocked off the puck there. Big collision, and then we'll get another one back as Kepke goes after Kierstead, but here it is. Gavin Hayne, maybe one too many passes, and Minnesota Duluth turns it the other way. There's Noah Cates, he drops it back, there's a long shot, Sheila with a save, pops up into the high slot, but no one from Minnesota Duluth is there, and North Dakota will take over in their own end.
It's a shot to score, but a shot also to produce a rebound high on the glove, and with the goalies turning their gloves up a little bit, it's a hard one to catch and produce a second chance.
Kierstead begins out for North Dakota. He sends it up ahead to the captain. Jordan Kawaguchi skates it in along the wing. He'll take it behind the goal. Looks up top to the blue line for Frisch. Frisch is there. Moves down to the half wall. Adams turns it aside. Here's Gaber. Gaber with a shot, and Steenskal with the glove save.
How'd you like that to be your first moment of the game after sitting on the bench for 5.5 hours? You get Reese Gaber, might be one of the best scorers in the nation. 25 feet out, point blank, and a good stop by Fanti.
Oh, Fanti is right,
cool.
Dave. Look at me saying Steenskal still not even giving Fanti credit for the save that he has. He's coming cold.
Fanti's a Thunder
Thank you
Bay,
for that.
Yeah, he's a Thunder Bay, Ontario kid who grew up watching Minnesota Duluth.
Here comes Sanderson. Sanderson, the long shot. And Minnesota Duluth stick got on that. It could have been trouble. Bass with a long shot again. Rocks around. Sanderson pinching in to get it. Can't quite get a stick on it and exits the zone. Minnesota Duluth going D to D in their own end, and Wyatt Kaiser will begin out. The freshman, the Chicago Blackhawks draft pick.
Bulldogs doing a really good job keeping the puck in front of them, staying above it, trying to make North Dakota go through their structure. No easy passes, and forcing North Dakota at times to stretch themselves out in the neutral zone.
Tyler Latteroo put it down to his defense, and then it'll be sent out by Anderson. Here's Quinn Olsen, number 15, with a shot on Shield, and he makes the save with that glove of his.
Olsen's got a quick stick. He's got a lot of skill. He's like Noah Cates in the fact that he's a very greasy, tenacious little player. And the beauty of him, he's a smart player who makes plays, which means you can put him anywhere. Power play, 5-on-5. He's always got that opportunity to make something happen. All right, here comes the fresh trio for UMD offensive zone draw.
You got it. Luke Loheit in the circle. Jackson Keene takes it and sends it down into Minnesota Duluth's end. Jasper Weatherby is on it. Weatherby sends it towards the net. Now Gavin Hayne has it. Hayne is bumped up by Loheit. Up to Frisch. Frisch sends it up top. Clevin with a long shot, just wide. And back up top to Clevin. Will he do it again? He tries. But there's a body in front of it, and Minnesota Duluth will spin this one around, and here they come. There's the long shot by Milmock.
Pacing this shift higher than a whole lot of others with the fresh bodies that the Bulldogs have on the ice.
So Luke Milmock is back to get it for Minnesota Duluth. He sends it up to Noah Cates, and Cates will fire this one around the boards. Almost at the halfway mark of this fourth overtime. Kepi on it. Gaber chasing him. There's Cairns. Long cross ice pass. Cates will shovel it in. Bernard Docker is on it for North Dakota behind his own net. Looks to stabilize things. And away they go. Puts it up to Kawaguchi. Little chip and chase in. Bumped out. Slid up the pass. It exits the zone on the stick of Gabe Bast over to Sanderson now. Sanderson inside the zone. He will make the move down below the goal line. Checks up. He's got rail on him. Sanderson looks to elude him, and he continues to play. Now it comes to Blaisdell. Back up top to Jamernick. Jamernick back to Blaisdell. Blaisdell turns around and sends it ahead. And here's Blaisdell. Couldn't quite get the shot off. Jackson Cates has it for Minnesota Duluth. Now to Koepke.
Sanderson looks like he's played 5 minutes. It's like watching Chris Chelios play. The guy never looks tired. And he is continuing to push the pace. He's making smart plays. He's driving the net. He's protecting the puck. But every time he has the puck and he gets across the blue line, he's looking to make something happen.
Puck along the boards. It skates out and back into Minnesota Duluth zone, but just momentarily. Levin will lift it up and out. Anderson's on it, sends it ahead. Minnesota Duluth can't get any sustainability in North Dakota's end, so they'll just wrap it back right at Shield. Anderson's point. Shot from about half ice. He's right on the tender.
Like I said, there's no bad shot in overtime.
Judd Caulfield looking up ice. He gains the red, and he'll skate it into Minnesota Duluth's end. Here's Caulfield. Caulfield trying to wrap it around. He takes a look up front, works his way back to the blue line, and he will send the puck down low. Brendan Booty is on it. Now it comes across to Kobe Roth. Kobe Roth will chip it in for Kobe Bender to get after it. Noah Cates rubs out Jackson Keene. And here we go with Kaiser. Kaiser at the point, taking a look, takes the high shot, doesn't get through to hit Shield. And Jackson Keene comes the other way. He gains the zone, still working away. Now it's out. Colin Adams will send it back to Gabe Bast. Sanderson will take a look, sends it ahead. Here comes Adams. Adams with a goal in this game. Seems like forever ago now. But he did get one, and it was an important one.
Last time Adams scored, or when Adams scored, I think he was clean shaven.
Well, we're getting into the dad jokes now, are we, Dave? So we continue to play here in North Dakota's end. Noah Cates is battling hard for the puck. Now it's sent up to the captain, Jordan Kawaguchi, and it moves ahead, and it's back down to Minnesota Duluth end. Alicante is out to play the puck. He stops it up for his team. And the league will send it ahead, and now here's Cole Koepke. Koepke also with a goal in this game. Tries to cut through, but can't do it on Ethan Frisch.
Frisch squares up really well. He's got a great stick, keeps a great gap, good on his edges inside, so he can drive with power, and he kills a lot of plays early.
Jesse Jocks is in on it on Frisch. And now he has the puck. On his backhand. Sends it back down below the goal line where Laveroux just out of his reach, but Quinn Olsen is on it. Drops it back. Two teams working along the boards here. Back out for Goats. Minnesota Duluth will just shovel it in. Adam Schill's out to play it. Here comes Matt Kierstick. Kierstick skates it over center. Into the zone. He halts up, takes a look, puts the puck down below the goal line. Judd Caulfield comes up to meet it. He gets taken down. And Minnesota Duluth will alleviate the pressure.
One area where North Dakota has been, I think, really good tonight, regulation and through overtime, has been on the half walls. They've always been a good half wall team. They've been very good on the half walls, especially in the offensive zone, extending a lot of offensive zone time in this game.
5 to play now in this fourth overtime period. Bandini will glove it down and elects to hold it.
And we will get the shovels out again, as that is the first whistle without a change potential after the 10-minute mark. Early on in period number 3, after we played 2 classic 0-0 periods, Hunter Lellig fired a shot that Jackson Cates got in front of. Koepke on a breakaway after blocking a shot, made it 2-0. Those goals are within a couple of minutes of each other, and then 6-on-5 extra attacker. Adamson behind the net, pops one, and then Pinto looked like he was going to shoot the puck. Puck rolled off the stick, and it rolled to one of the most prolific scorers in the NCAA, Jordan Kawaguchi. Then we go to overtime. We thought that this game was over. Kobe to Kobe. That is Bender to Roth, but this play was offsides by about a fraction of an inch, and that has been it since. We got real close at one point, I believe in the last overtime, when a puck hit Stejskal in the shoulder and landed just over the crossbar on the top of the net.
So Cates and Koepke with the goals for Minnesota Duluth. Adams, Kawaguchi, the captain for North Dakota. Face off in Minnesota Duluth's end with 5 minutes left to play in this fourth overtime period. Sanderson collects the puck. Can't weave his way through. And Sweeney now is on it, and he will send it into North Dakota's end, and Gabe Bass is back on it. We have a whistle.
Everything's safe, everything up the walls. Face-offs obviously continue to be important. Scott Sandelin's got a couple of guys that have taken a ton of draws tonight. Jackson Cates is up to 54. Noah Cates is at 41. High for North Dakota is Weatherby. He has 126 of 38.
Loose in the corner. Angle shot towards the net by Adams. Sweeney trying to clear his zone, but he gets held up. Kawaguchi trying to chase down Anderson, and here comes Minnesota Duluth. Cole Koepke gains the zone, fans on the shot, and Gabe Bass will collect that.
Now you're seeing the fatigue factor starting, because for Koepke, that's generally a guarantee that he's going to get something good to the front of the net.
Jackson Cates sends it ahead once again for Koepke. Second opportunity perhaps on it. Turns around to get off his backhand, but he's stripped of the puck. And here comes North Dakota. There it is, right in the high slot. And Reese Gaber tries to get up the shot, but just fanned on it. And now it leaves the zone. North Dakota looking for their change. Tyler Clevin out there, pretty much alone for a second, and he runs into Louis Rail, and Rail got the worst of that one. Foot race back between Frisch and Roth, and now he gets to center ice. Here's Brendan Booty. Booty on it, takes the long shot, but it's high and hits the end boards and ricochets off. Jesse Jocks, he loses the handle of the puck and will go back to Minnesota Duluth's end. And Darian Goetz is back on it, taking a look over his shoulder. He sends it to Cairns. Matt Cairns begins his way out. Sends it across ice. This is Olsen. Olsen stripped of the puck yet again. Minnesota Duluth with 3 attempts in North Dakota's end, and they were able to upend them by taking away the puck. Minnesota Duluth will dump it in. They will get some fresh legs on the ice. And Matt Kierstead back behind his own net, and he begins out. Here comes North Dakota. They gain the zone. There's the shot, but it's wide. Fired it hard, though. Maxim Keene on a foot race to skate over, but now here's Koepke. He sends it across, but no one in a brown sweater to cash on it. And here comes Gavin Hayne the other way. There's the shot. It is wide. That was by Jackson Keene. Hayne and Keane battling behind the net. The puck pops out and Hayne is on it.
Sorry, Kepke's last couple of shifts, last couple of thought processes, I think he's really struggling right now. A couple of bad decisions.
Sanderson's on it. He wheels around. He's up top. Now he's along the half wall. Now he's back up top. Drops it off for Reese Gaber. Gaber on his backhand. He takes the shot. And it's turned aside.
Gaber scored a goal like that against St. Cloud and had come from behind win. Kawaguchi got the goal, but Gaber made the play. Just like that, Kawaguchi finished it.
Anderson sends it cross ice to Swaney, and he will just put his stick on it and send it down to North Dakota's end so that they can make their change.
I know people are probably saying at home, well, you can blame a guy who's in the 7th period of the game on a couple of bad decisions, but here's where good habits are important. Keep pucks moving forward, nothing high risk, especially now when you don't have the strength or the stamina to recover from it.
Wyatt Kaiser begins out in his own end. Reese Gaber on him. He'll send it ahead. Now in neutral ice, Jordan Kawaguchi, he collects. Kawaguchi on the move, drops it back for Adams. Perhaps unintentionally, but either way. Jackson Cates sends it ahead. That's to Roth. Roth will put it down below, and Shield will come out to play it. Judd Caulfield is on it. Skates it across the blue, now the red, and sends it into the zone. Fanti wheels this one around the boards. And here comes Minnesota Duluth with 1 minute to play here in the period. Caulfield bringing it back the other way. And a foot race for it with Cairns. Cairns drops it back. And here comes Shane Pinto. Pinto going in, crashing to the net, but couldn't get the shot off, so he will send it up top. Here's Frisch. Frisch just sends it wide. Darian Goetz is on it. Calms it down. Sends it ahead to Olsen. Olsen skates it over the line. Jesse Jocks thought about it, but now he'll try to send it around the board, but it's caught up in the skates, and now he gets the pick shot off, and Shield with the great save. And here comes Pinto. Little pass up, looking for Keane. Pinto will go off the ice now. As we get to the dying seconds of this 4th overtime period. And here comes Jackson Cates. Jackson Cates with a long shot. Shield will glove it down and turns it aside for Frisch to collect.
What a brilliant play by the goaltender, Adam Shield, to not hold on to that and force a defensive zone face-off with 8 seconds to go in the overtime. That was terrific by Shield. Great goalie IQ.
So there you have it. That's Quinn Olsen. That's Gavin Hayne. And these players are playing as they continue on as we complete the 4th overtime. And nothing solved yet, Dave.
There is still a block of hotel rooms to be put in somebody's name from one of these two teams when we get the next goal.
63 shots for North Dakota, 51 for Minnesota Duluth. We are sitting at a 2-2 tie.
Both coaches have told their teams, embrace these moments, embrace the grind, and still seeing some smiles out on the ice. And that was what tied it all up.
We'll head back to our studio crew. We have a 2-2 hockey game here heading into the 7th overtime frame between Minnesota Duluth and the #1 seed North Dakota, all to decide who will win the Fargo Regional Final. And the winner, they get to punch their ticket to Pittsburgh for the Frozen Four. All right, so here we go. Let's take a look at what we've been doing here, and this is how this plays out. The winner of North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth, they will face off against the Bridgeport final winner, which was UMass. And that game ended quite a while ago because we've been here for quite a while.
The game feels like it ended last week.
Yeah, all right. I'm Leah Hextall with my analyst Dave Starman. And Dave, I got to ask you, as we are heading into this 7th period, this 5th overtime, have you been a part of something like this before?
As a coach, I have in the minor leagues. When I was with the Macon Whoopie, we went into a long overtime game, and you got to remember, in Macon, Georgia, it gets warm early in the spring. So our guys, we told them all, go home, don't go out. It's a nice day, don't go sit by the pool, stay inside. We got playoffs starting. I get back to the apartment complex, everybody's by the pool. Needless to say, the next night, we played a long overtime game, and we were losing literally a player per overtime period. Every time we walked into the locker room, somebody was on an IV.
Well, we have been here for quite a while. As I mentioned, this was the opening face-off at 7:32 Eastern. That was the puck drop here between North Dakota and Minnesota Duluth. And they have given us one fantastic hockey game, as Minnesota State went up 2-0 with 2 quick goals in 1:20 in the 3rd period. But then North Dakota, with the goalie pull, they battled back and they tied this game. We thought it was going to be ended in overtime, but an offside call, so a goal was called off by Kobe Bender. And away we go, and we continue to play as we enter the 5th overtime period. Got to keep my math correct here. And away we go. Newscaper behind the net. And once again, Ryan Fanti still in net after Zach Stejskal cramped up and had to leave the game after a very strong performance for Minnesota Duluth. Loose puck will be collected by Bernard Docker, Jacob Bernard Docker, and he sends it ahead. And here's Gavin Hayne on the move into the zone, tries to take the shot off, fans on it, but it's held in. Bernard Docker's on it, down below the goal line, sends it over to Jordan Kawaguchi. Kawaguchi, he puts it back up to Bernard Docker, over to Gabe Bass. Flex it on his backhand, so he's first fire it around. And here's Kawaguchi once again. Puts it right out front of the slot, but it's turned aside by Fanti. Strong shot there by Judd Caulfield. There's the long shot. Adam Gill will decide just to glove it down.
Well, each team's had a couple shots on goals. This game has gone on, and you're seeing Ryan Fanti, who came in during the last overtime as Zach Stejskal cramped up. Shots on goal, slight edge to UND. And face-offs become more and more important as this game goes on. Good opportunity by Nick Swaney, draft choice of the Minnesota Wild from the left wing side, gobbled up by Shield.
Shane Pinto with it. He sends it ahead for Jake Sanderson. A little shovel pass to Brendan Booty. And Sanderson with some steam takes the shot. There's the rebound, but another save by Fanti. Pops out right in front. It's collected by Sanderson on his backhand to his forehand. There's a shot.
Iron.
Oh, the post doing a favor for Fanti. Sanderson with 2 high-quality opportunities.
He looks fresher than anybody in the game. I said it, I think 3 overtimes ago, and I'm going to say it again. He looks like he's only played about 10 minutes all night. It's amazing.
He is the freshman, the 2020 Ottawa Senators draft pick. Blake Biondi sends it in from the point. And here comes North Dakota the other way. It's Gavin Hayne. Hayne has Biondi on him, but Lelig will just shovel it out.
He's got an effortless, efficient stride to Sanderson. That's one of the reasons he probably looks so fresh.
Hayne drops it back for Jasper Weatherby. Weatherby takes the shot. It's turned aside. Held in at the point by Clevin. And now here comes Minnesota Duluth. They bring it on in. And he scores! Luke Milmock inserted into the lineup. The freshman has ended it here in the 8th overtime. And the Maroon Sweaters are celebrating.
Two former teammates, both in college and in pro. And 2 old friends, Scott Sandlin and Brad Berry. And you're not supposed to be shaking hands with other teams. It's kind of one of the protocols. Look what is going on here. You got a lot of players mingling around. Look at Fanny going over to Shield. The unbelievable respect that has been earned from these players to each other in this game will last forever.
The two-time defending national champions, they're headed to their 4th straight Frozen Four.
Just a quick jump. Remember, this is the freshest line that Minnesota Duluth has had. They've only really started playing in the last overtime. And just a quick shot by Milmock, the freshman, and it goes through the legs of Shield. Milmock is a guy that UMD has got really high hopes for, and boy, did he just take the first step on what should be a great 4-year career.
On the 119th shot of this game, Minnesota Duluth ends it, and they are moving on.
And look at,
they win the Fargo Regional Final.
Look at Bradbury. Bradbury out on the ice in the middle of all of the UMD players, giving a fist bump to everybody. What class? There are so many good things you could say about this man, and he is showing why. What a game. What a night of history. What a performance by all of these student athletes from 2 tremendous programs. And as Adam Shield went through UMD, everybody stick tapped him on the pads.
The number 1 seed in our bracket here at our regional, the number 1 team in the country, North Dakota. What a showing here in the regional final. But their tournament is officially over as Minnesota Duluth will move on.
And for the seniors, Kawaguchi, Kierstad, Colin Adams, Grant Mishmash, Jackson Keene, Peter Tomei, Gabe Bast, Josh Rieger. What a 4-year run that this group put together. They came in as freshmen, didn't make the tournament for a couple of years. Last year got away from them because of the pandemic. And they have been here for one emotional, incredible ride.
Both teams, Dave, just putting on such a show for us here in our 5th overtime. The longest game in NCAA tournament history. And is this Scott Sandelin that I have with us?
Yes, it is.
Well, Coach, first and foremost, congratulations to your crew. What resiliency, especially after that goal was called back with the offside. But I'm going to hand it over to you, sir. Your thoughts on this win?
Phenomenal. It was one hell of a hockey game. They're obviously a great team, 2 really good teams going at it. You know, they came back. We were up, you know, getting those 2 late goals, and our kids showed good resolve after that too. And you know, I mean, when it gets to this point, it's survival. And one of our freshmen who didn't play a lot got a little bit in the last period, and obviously pretty phenomenal game and a great goal for him. But I couldn't be more proud of this group to just stick with it, and they just kind of showed a little bit of a winning pedigree.
Sandy, it's been a crazy day. First, Ryan gets an overtime game winner for Minnesota State. Congratulations on that. That was fun to see. And, you know, the one thing that you and I have talked about a lot is teams that know how to win know how to win. And you manage games, but this is a whole different ball game as this got extended. So what was the game management philosophy on your part and on the part of your veterans?
You know, our guys were good. You know, I mean, guys are cramping. I mean, God, we had a goalie change. I mean, guys are getting fluids and trying to get whatever they can into them. And you know, you don't say a whole lot as a coach. You know, we just kind of went in there and tried to say some positive things, and just wanted to get their rest. And you know, again, somebody was going to make a play, and fortunately for us, we did.
That you did, Coach, and that means that you are moving on off to your 4th consecutive Frozen Four appearance in Pittsburgh. Let's not have that lost on us here with this dramatic finish in overtime. How do you feel about it, sir? What are you looking forward to in Pittsburgh?
Well, it's always fun to go there. You know, again, you know, to hear it, you know, say like that, their 4th time in a row, given the year last year. But you know, I couldn't be more proud of this group. Like, you know, our seniors don't know anything but being there. This is unbelievable for our young players that even our sophomores that didn't experience the tournament last year. And you know, all those steps are important. And you know, we're going to go and get some rest and enjoy this and get ready to go to Pittsburgh. But we're pretty excited about that.
All right, Coach, we're going to let you go. You got to go get in that picture.
Okay, thank you.
Congrats, Sandy.
Yeah, thanks.
The traditional championship picture. Coach will get back in it. Minnesota Duluth, once again off to the Frozen Four. And Dave, isn't that incredible? As he mentioned, the senior class knows nothing but the NCAA tournament, going to the Frozen Four and winning it.
Well, like we talked about earlier, very earlier tonight, these are two teams that both had unfinished business from last year. These were two programs that really felt that they were 1 and 2 in terms of teams that could win the national title. For North Dakota, it was we're back with a vengeance. For Minnesota Duluth, it was defend back-to-backs and win a third, and they played like it tonight. These are two programs that are just so used to success, and they both showed well in this one. Here comes Milmock on a turnover in the zone. Shot that just might have hit the stick of JVD as it went to the net. In the middle of the last overtime, Biondi, Milmock, and Lohite began to play more. They began to eat some minutes. And they were the freshest trio on the ice.
So Luke Milmock has played in 10 games this season. Before tonight's, he had 1 goal, and now he has 2, and what a big one.
So now we've got 2 teams that are into Pittsburgh. The UMass Minutemen, the Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs. And those 2 teams put on a heck of a show in the last Frozen Four championship game.
What a reaction, and why not? 5 overtime frames it took to win this regional, but they did it.
I'll tell you what's been fun. The Minnesota Duluth fan base and families are down in front of us, and a lot of these parents I've known for a long time, doing a lot of these games in the NCAA scene, especially involving Minnesota Duluth. And just watching their reaction is just unbelievable. You would think that they just won Frozen Four number 3. Incredible moments with the families and the players.
Well, there it is. Big smiles all around by Minnesota Duluth, and why not? Well, all I can say is for everyone here in Fargo, we thank you so much. Thank you to our crew who did an excellent job. Dave, thank you to yourself. I'm Leah Hextall. Once again, the final score from the Fargo Regional Final is 3-2. Congratulations to Minnesota Duluth as they advance to the Frozen Four, and they are on a quest for a 3rd straight national title. Will they do it? We'll find out in Pittsburgh starting April 8th, and you can catch all the action on ESPN.